Alrighty. We should be live on all fronts now. Realized really quickly that I had not changed the titles and stuff, so I ended the stream really quickly, restarted it here, and we should be back. Oh, the mic is doubled. That is true. And that is something I can fix. There we go. It's fixed now. Thank you for pointing that out. Should be all set at this point. How's it going, Jose? 2 times the gem. Kinda hype, kinda hype. Alrighty. So yes, it will be a VOD review for Phia today. It's interesting, there isn't such thing as a power currently, because all we have is Anarchy Open. So that's a little odd, but what we can still do is play Anarchy Open. No problem with that. So we'll just get one of those started here. That's the wrong button. Let's go to here. That's not what we do. We go to here, here, here. Press this button. And now we get our password guard. Let's see here. Here we go. A disapproving kitty if ever I've seen one. Now I'm going to send this password to Phia really quick. Devi, feel free to hop in. Phia will... my understanding is Phia will actually be playing Frontline with us, so you can play whatever you want, Devi. Yes, hero shot. All right, there's Devi. And then... let me check in real quick. Give me just a second. I think I can find someone really quick here. Hi there, Suspicious. Why is there a cat? The cat is there to guard the password, to make sure that people cannot snipe. Hi, Narnalian. Suspicious is also a Twitch streamer. If you want to go and check them out, they've streamed Splatoon before. I don't know if they stream other stuff. Or do you do other stuff, Suspicious, or is it mostly Splatoon? Because I know I've seen you playing Splatoon with, like, Nintendo Mom. But I don't recall if you do other stuff, too. And hi, Bunny Hugger and Zen Lord and Sensi Bean. I'm going to give it like a minute or two here on this ping, and if we don't find someone by then, we'll just ready up and get going. Devi and Phia are just running around in circles. That's really funny. Just Sploon. Awesome. Hi, Soliart and SML Bear. Oh, this is so funny. I love this. This is what we were missing in Splatoon 2. This is the most important part of this game right now. Cat review time. Exactly. I rate this cat 11 out of 10. It is very good. Okay. Well, we're not really obligated to, like, wait for anybody, so I'm just gonna get us started here. If we find somebody else who can join us, then we can do that for sure. Thanks for the subscription, Mike McKenzie. Mike McKinsey, sorry. What map mode is it? I haven't checked. Tower, Undertow, and Sturgeon. Okay, this'll work. All right. We've found someone who's going to be able to join us here. But that will have to happen, of course, after this round. I am going to hop in VC. And Devi and Phia, feel free to hop in the VC with me. There's Devi.
Hey.
Oh, Phia with the barriers.
It's Squib and Yeet!
It's who?
Squib and Yeet! Stargaze!
Oh, okay. I thought that was one word, like squidney or something.
No, Squib and Yeet.
Well, this is going to be hard.
What do you mean?
Okay.
Oh. Did I even leave Splat 2? I'm on snipe, and I get missiled. Hey, buddy.
They've got juice and they're coming left.
Don't worry, I have a booyah bomb.
All
And
right.
so do they.
Stay
one.
Stay safe till I'm in. That's two down.
Ooh,
Push-
the third one's on me.
Push in. One jumping on right. Beautiful. Okay. And their juice will go to waste for that. Watch out for the missiles.
Oh my god. Oh, I
How
got
did that
one
not
with
hit?
the bomb.
Oof. Flings coming to tower.
That's alright. I'm just kind of stalling it. Under the wall. Someone's under the wall.
Left flank.
Oh, yeah, I don't want to deal with that. I must have booyah. 2 seconds. 1, 2. Alright, let's, we need to help in the left here.
Okay.
I'm
One
gonna
on
throw
spinner,
this
brush.
On
They
right
dropped
here.
the tower. Nice,
got
they're
one.
down. I can bubbler the tower.
Oh,
I'm down to
okay,
bomb
well,
behind. They're juiced, they're coming in.
they're juiced. Booyah bomb incoming. Wink. Here, Jerry,
I'm gonna try and go for a check here.
Yeah, you go. One behind me.
I knew they were gonna come above.
Oh, well, this sucks. I am not alive, but I got one. I got booyah cheese.
We got checked, so it was good. And some good points besides.
Yep.
Alright, watch out that they don't get control of our court here. One on great. Tagged him once. Got him.
Oh, you got 2 are down. Fresh
One on left
corner,
pit.
Left corner. They're one shot. And then back left corner.
Watch out for missiles behind you, Phia. Okay, nice.
Can I just say I love being able to throw bombs consistently? There's Gluga left.
Yeah, that's something you really need. Got one. Booyah wasn't
let
on
me take
target.
Jay. Oh,
One in front. Got him.
this is kind of busted. I have a booyah bomb. Anyone wanna take this from me while I get
Traded.
flooded?
Jumping to Phia.
I am not gonna jump to that. I'm gonna take. Oh,
Oh, on right, got me.
Booga? I need to know where this is going. Right here. Oh, they're gonna come up to spinner. Yep.
It's like 3 around
Hey,
tower
you-
here.
I had no ink. That's weird, because I had a charge. Yeah, I gotta jump to you. We gotta stop tower soon.
I have an angle on
bombs
tower if
away.
it gets too close.
Yeah.
I need someone watching wall for that though.
You go, I'm right here.
Got one.
Oh, Dooley's on the grate. I didn't see it.
There's one behind me, isn't there? No, they traded.
They're 3 down. They're 3 down. It's just the
Yeah, it's
Glugas.
just the Glugas. They're in mid. They're probably going to be trying to jump in. Yeah, they're jumping into the
Mid as
Glugas.
much as possible.
Oh my god. I got stuck. I think the tower shoved me into the corner. On our spinner.
I can't fight that.
We're 2 down. Be careful.
We're kinda... Not... Ooh, we gotta defend tower here. It's gonna be lead.
I don't think I can stop lead, but we can get a pick.
I got
There we go.
2. Third in the corner left.
It's Zap. They're on right. They're zooming.
I gotta wait for missiles. I must have Booyah. Two behind the tower. I have Booyah bomb. We'll have to be on it shortly. I'm gonna Booyah it just so we can get on it. Never mind. No one went for it.
I thought that you said you were getting on it shortly. I misread,
No,
misread
I
that.
said I can Booyah it. Because there was 3 in middle, so I wanted to Booyah to protect it, so.
Mhm.
There
Yeah,
was
that's-
someone to the left of it and
I just
someone to the
misheard.
right of it.
That's on me. Okay, and Fia's in waiting room, so we'll drag Phia up.
Hello?
I heard K52 is strong. So, I mean, K52 was from Splatoon 2, but it's also in this game in the form of the 52 gal, and yes, it is very strong.
I continue or stop.
What'd you say, Phia?
Are we continuing or stop?
We are hitting stop.
Cool.
And
I
by
need to
that
take
we
off
mean
the-
I am hitting sleep mode on my Switch because I forgot to hit stop.
Alright, well, I will redo the room because I know what the password is, and so does Phia, but I'll redo the room.
And we're going to be joined by Jimmy Duke. Here's Jimmy. Jimmy, I am going to DM you the password so that we don't have to read that out loud over the stream. And I'm going to put up a password guard. And I'm also going to turn you down because I don't think I have got your volume fixed. Yes, I don't. So there we go. All right. Now it should be better. And I'm just double checking that Fia's is also turned down there. Okay. That should be good.
I think I'm going junior because Big Bubbler is great to put on tower versus them to...
Well, Gem has it too as a special on the rapid, or not the rapid, the blaster.
I believe what... I forgot what special Hydra has, isn't it?
I've got a good
Booyah.
old Booyah bomb.
Booyah Tower.
Good day.
I get chickens and Booyah bombs.
Yes. And I get the basic spot bomb and a Big Bubbler.
Oh, what team am I going to be on for the Splatfest? I'm thinking Gear.
Same.
I was thinking
Fun.
I can go Gear.
Is Gear... Is it Gear is Shiver, Grub is Fry, and then Fun is Big Man?
Yes,
I
yes.
mean, Big Man is fun.
Yes, yes.
He's a fun guy.
No, silly.
I
He's
don't-
marine.
I was gonna
He's
say,
not
I
a
don't think
fungus.
he's a mushroom.
Is anyone else's gem frozen? Yes. The gem is frozen.
Yes.
I will fix this
Yes, playing
as such.
I'm just looking very intently at the match.
Okay, so it's should have vanished, and maybe it'll reappear shortly. I don't know. We'll have to see.
The glass is gone on tower control on this map. Okay.
Got one on right, another one on right. Dooley's on right. Tagged them once. They're weak. Nice.
Oh,
I got-
they're-
Tower.
I got
Straight forward, straight ahead, and one on the far right. I have
Luna in
Phia
front.
bomb.
They're down.
Oh dear, I better not get whacked. Okay, good.
Slasher on right.
Got Dooley's.
big bubbler.
I got one. Slasher on right still. I have Booyah bomb by the way.
I got Slasher.
Jimmy, you want to hold this while I... Never mind, we don't need to Booyah yet. We're good. There's a Luna right here. Never mind, maybe I will Booyah.
I got Doolies.
Got Slosher.
Ooh.
That's why.
And that's a wipeout. Brrrr.
Nice.
But yeah, I'm only A minus.
So am I, don't worry.
That doesn't. That literally doesn't mean anything right now
It
because
doesn't.
nobody has managed to actually get themselves up to the ranks they should be at yet.
Yeah, everybody was jammed in A and B minus thanks to Nintendo.
I'm actually A+, therefore I am the superior player, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well I'm S rank, so take that.
Oh, dang.
That's why I'm the one who's doing the VOD review here.
Continue.
Yes, we can stick now.
But it's so nice that everything's like this Splatfest during Splatfest to where like you can still earn chunks even if the abilities have all been filled.
Oh, that's gonna be so nice.
There we go. It's me. I am back.
You can, I guess the reason to switch gear at that point is just for like different like gear preferences for each brand.
Uh, 100,000 for 4-star LDE gear. Very cool. Very pog.
Leader and a Hoodra. Alright.
Ooh, flanking.
Right?
Leader and Hudra combined to be Ludra.
Well, leader's on the top right. That's bad for me. Gotta take a low ground.
Who's on the bottom right?
Careful,
Trevor's-
don't draw them to me.
I got one. Oh, one on me, Dooley.
Got one.
Hello, I got two. I'll take tower for now. Or
Leader
never mind,
weak.
Jimmy. You want tower? You got the bubbler, so I'll let you take it. I'm gonna go to the left here. I'm gonna be in the tower.
I'm down
path.
to leader and friend.
Leader and friend. Oh, I got wrecked.
Not leader with the bomb.
Two on the left.
My big bubble.
Tower, tower. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
traded.
I am not jumping
Don't go on,
into
don't
that.
go on, don't go on. There are three
Jimmy,
there.
don't. Back up, back up, back up. Good, that works too.
They were on the tower with me, and that was scary.
Yes.
I'm in the far right corner because they're using specials and I don't want to be in the way. Oh, hello. I got one. They're weak in middle. There's a leader to my right, front right.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a way in against the double backline.
Probably me.
Dooley's on tower.
Yeah.
They're weak.
Not for long.
Got him. Cool. I got back on.
Both backlines are right behind that pillar post thingy. Oh.
Is over there.
There's
Yeah,
a crab
the leader's
tank.
over there. Good
I got
night,
one.
shot.
One person forward.
Got one.
There, Jen. Oh, over
Oh,
here.
there's the Doolies in front.
Got them.
Oh, yeah, bomb, watch out! It's on me.
Hydra went towards their snipe.
I'm gonna
right
booyah
there.
the... I don't
Leader
think
on
I
left,
really
leader on
booyah
left.
it. Yeah. I booyah'd it.
Leader
One to
down.
my
I've
right,
traded.
Jimmy.
One at the
Got
bubble.
one.
Nice.
There's another one in front of me, right? Nice. Hydra top right. Using this as cover. Nice shot.
Hydra
oh,
should
I
go
got
down.
Snipped. Snip, top left, top left.
I'm painting for special.
You're last. You're last.
Oh, jeez.
I'm just standing.
I'm gonna
on
take right
tower.
side and get ready here because they're gonna get checked.
I've almost shredded the crab. Oh, that's a booyah.
Flanking leader. Oh, they had
Yo.
some protection.
Hello, leader. Come fight me. I got it.
Got one off tower. Hydra's behind
Yeah,
it.
booyah. Yeah, there's two behind it, Gem. Be careful.
Traded Hydra. Just splash on their
Splash.
on that same place.
They're jumping in. Tower's in my way. I can't get it.
Watch
Oh,
left,
shoot,
left,
flank.
Bubbler.
Got them.
Leader's
Booyah
right.
back right. Somebody's weak in that. There we go.
Leader's still up with Hydra. Got Hydra. Traded.
Nice.
Leader's still top
hello.
right.
Leader got me, yeah. I'm gonna jump to the tower and back up.
Sorry, I'm
Got
back.
leader.
Oh boy.
Splash over here with me. Traded.
Got one with the bomb, but I'm jumping out.
I'm being watched by Hydra and Leader. I'm just gonna chill
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah. If we can
I'll
bait
be
him
able
out.
to get Bubbler on tower in a sec.
Okay. Let me know when.
I got Booyah Bomb.
It's on.
Oh, wait. Sorry, I thought you were telling me to do it.
Here.
Because my bubbler's ready.
Yeah, I mean, go for it.
Leader's far right. They dropped.
You leader down.
We need to handle what's on left before we can go right.
Yeah.
Two. Oh dear.
I'm out of ink. Oof.
I'm good. I lived. We're fine. Tower's running away.
That
Oh,
far.
hello.
Leader's watching from top mid.
I got the Hydra.
Leader down.
Popping bubble.
2 on me.
Nice.
Got 1. Nice.
Got the other.
Leader top right.
Leader weak. Leader down.
Alright. Good job. They dropped down.
All
but
right, good
doesn't-
job.
Nice work. Yeah, I really like the medal system. It makes it feel good for like contributing.
Yeah, SML Bear, the Anarchy series thing right now is that a lot of players who belong in upper ranks are still in lower ranks because they haven't worked their way up from B- yet. Having everyone start there in the same spot, I think, was really rough for the first week or so. It's going to make a lot of new players, I think, get into ranked and feel like it's not for them when really they just were not getting the right experience that the game is designed to give them.
Yeah, like
So if you feel like discouraged or anything, please by all means do not wait like a week and then go back into ranked, and I guarantee you it will be much easier to advance.
yeah, because it's unfair like getting X ranks matched on the enemy team when you're like
Oh boy.
Nope.
Double blaster. This could be painful for me.
They don't have a lot of paint, so that's one thing we can try to take advantage of.
up and get her.
Here's a chicken.
Both blasters through spinner.
Didn't do much.
Shot on blaster, I flanked.
One of those is weak.
Oh no.
Jumping to you, Devi.
No, I don't know how great that's gonna
Got
be, but
one.
I'll try to save
Got
it.
2.
I didn't get
Got
it.
3.
I'm still
Another one in mid?
alive.
The
Give me the
fourth
quad,
was
give me
in
the quad,
mid.
give me the quad.
It's just you.
I'm
He's
out of
going
ink.
for it.
I'm out of ink.
Popping big bubbler.
Nice, we popped 2 bubbles. There's a blaster coming up left, but I might be able to stop it. Oh no, it stopped. I have Booyah Bum. I'm gonna throw this on the bunk. Actually, I'm gonna throw it down here.
Got
Clear that
one.
out. I got one.
Another one on me. Tagged him once.
Ooh,
Happy to use
there's
the second one. Nice.
There's a Zuka up over
Oh,
here.
watch Bazooka. They're far left. Oh, they might be coming behind.
Both flashers weak. Did get him.
Not me.
Yeah, they're pushing tower hard right now.
Yeah.
Good push though.
If I didn't move, I probably would have been alright.
Focusing
Oh,
on
boy.
One coming out left.
They
Oh,
blew
that's
the
a
tower,
Zuka.
they did. Oh, this
Zuka's
is
down.
bad.
Zuka for Zuka.
I'm dead. Another Zuka on the right.
And Zuka.
Oh,
2v2.
Both right, both
Oh,
right.
there's left two gem.
They're
One behind me.
I also one in mid.
Ooh.
I tagged them both, but didn't get either.
I'm just gonna wait for him. I need to get the tower to check first. Oh, hey,
Yeah.
buddy. Oh, I got directed.
Careful, we're one down. Don't go in, Phia. We got this guy.
Oh, golly!
Hi, Zuka! Debbie, how did you survive that?
Oh, no!
That's 2 down.
Oh, I'm gonna get directed
one
again.
down.
What? Okay, I got leg splatted there. I made it out, and then I died like 10 seconds later.
Ah. Nice.
Last-
I just realized
Only
there's
2
no
up.
other wall
One in
here.
front, one in front.
I got one.
They got me. I couldn't get close to it.
Blaster on tower.
Oh my god. Way to get bombs
Ooh,
on tower.
I got directed.
Oof, they have lead.
Yep, they have lead now. That's a double wave breaker. Ay, ay, ay. Please leave.
Tower, tower, tower. There we go. Let's wipe.
Fine.
Side. I'm gonna paint for special.
Oh god!
Blaster on bottom right
Zuka's
court.
one shot. I got the booyah. I got forced to booyah.
Blaster left.
There's 2 blasters on the left. Be
Got one.
careful.
Oh, I got
We're dead.
Got
on the
another.
left.
You're
Got
lucky.
one. The other one I can't approach, but if we can get it from behind, that would be good.
Yeah, I
Oh,
can
they-
pinch it.
I didn't realize they had range on me there. Does it come backwards? Oh, it comes back this time. The tower actually shifts back towards center before it goes down now. I don't think it was like that before.
Our spinner too. Shredded the wall, but they're there.
I'm probably dead.
Yeah, both.
Well,
This is bad.
I'm
I
jumping
can't
out.
move right now.
A paint for special.
Range. I got one.
One got me Fight
Holy.
Club. Coming left. Squeezer. Squeezer
So
left.
they got my breaker out.
I got.
Got
Shredded
trigger.
the wave breaker. Oh,
Let's clear the area around tower first. Okay. Looks like we're good.
Should I pop Big Bubbler?
Watch out on left.
we
Left
get-
Fight Club.
Oh, left.
I hit him once.
Blaster up top. Blaster on right.
Behind you,
I
Deb.
recognize them.
I know. I know. I can't do much here. I'm trying to get out. Oh my god.
Got 2.
Nice. We gotta keep the pressure.
Got
up.
3.
One on tower.
Last one top right. On wall, on wall.
Oh boy.
Tower so I can paint for special.
You get special on tower.
They've.
Probably Zuka got me.
Someone get on tower.
I'm trying.
I'm dead.
No.
Nice try.
That was a valiant effort, though.
Oh my gosh, the Booyah had 1.5 chipped on tower, and I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna get the half charge to get the last one.
Whew.
Curse you, Mothman.
Mothman is,
I don't know if that's
Is
the
that from
same
Acropora?
Mothman. I don't know if that's the same Mothman though, but yes, that's
Same
the only one I know.
Oh, wow.
So I didn't recognize any of the others, and I know they have had a scrim tonight, so...
Is this what scrims are now? Just in Fade ranked?
Well, no, they would have... It's actually making it more likely that it's not the actual Mothman, because the other thing is that Mothman's an anchor player.
Mm-hmm.
So am I, but
Could be just a wanna play Blaster.
What if it's a new superhero named Mothman? It has the power of moth.
Has the power to be attracted to light bulbs.
Yes.
And be completely harmless.
It's and their catchphrase is "It's Mothin time."
There we
You
go.
know how
there
many
we go.
times people held up a Morbius poster at Riptide and I was on the mic for commentary and I'm like, I have to do it, don't I?
It's a
All of them.
It's Morbin time.
What the morb?
Blaster is
That's
down.
one down.
Right side, right side, right side, right side.
I'm on them. Oh, good.
Got another.
I got one. Try to the
That's
other.
3 down. Just Junior.
Throw me
They're on
up.
the right. On the right. Help. I'm probably dead. On spinner. Right. Left side now. Good catch on the jump.
Thank you.
Junior's on their snipe.
That's 2 down.
3 down.
Where's the last one? Oh, on there's right here. In mid. Well, that's a bucket. I can't fight that.
I got directed before the big bubbler could go up.
Got the
One
plane.
inside it. Nice. Another one inside it.
Got them.
Beautiful. That's game.
We're all on tower. You know how
You
bad
know.
that could have. You know how bad that could have been. You know?
But they were wiped.
As a general rule,
Do not-
so if Devi's not the one on tower, then ideally, like if everybody's up and we have the opportunity, we want Jimmy on tower. Because you've got the big bubbler, and also because you're a support, and that's you're going to be a little bit less useful on the forward push because you're not a frontline weapon.
Yes.
So for
So, like-
both of those reasons, that would be good for you to be there. But when Devi can, then absolutely let Devi on.
I've never gotten that badge before. What in the world is a score booster? That is the first time I've gotten that badge.
I
That
think
means
they-
that you were playing the objective at the time that we got the furthest lead.
Okay, cool. And then record score setter and
Or
popular target.
record
Yep.
score setter is that, and then score booster
Yep.
is like you scored the most points.
I believe score setter just means you helped set the lead.
Yeah, that makes sense. I haven't done tower control yet. And then of course I get the one that I always get is most popular target.
Everybody loves this back line.
It's
What
always that and popular super jump target, and I'm like, yep, that's my job.
I am.
I get a lot of ink consumer because blaster.
Oh,
But like, I'm allowed to pop on tower just to do a
yeah.
big.
If you want to, go ahead and take tower most of the time. In all honesty, I don't like riding the objective as much as I should. I'll take it when you can't.
Got the
Oh.
That's
one.
2 down, blaster down.
Right
Last
in front of
one's
the
right in
tower.
front, nice.
There we go.
All right,
I'll just-
Phia and me should go forward here. We can probably
I'll-
even take like this area.
I'll pop bubbler at the time of danger.
Nicely played. One coming top left. We gotta watch that. That's where tower is.
I did not need to pop this, and I don't know why.
Got them.
Nice ink Zuka gem.
Here's some protection. Oh, I
Wait,
got one.
Yep.
Sorry.
Best protection is a good offense or something like that.
Best defense is a good defense plus. Defense, but with guns.
Here's
to
a.
the right of me.
Well then.
Did they just ignore me?
There was one coming around to the right trying to flank me. Someone threw a booyah bomb on the far right, and or not a booyah bomb, a splat bomb.
But
I was like, oh, okay.
But it's good that you all dealt with them. So I just wrote there like, I'm helping.
Number 2 turf inker. Look at that, I can turf again. Well, I can turf now.
I think it's because I'm number 1 checkpoint breaker.
I really didn't paint much.
Number 1 ground traveler.
I love these badges.
They're so good. None of us died.
I,
Perfect game.
as a junior, painted the least amount.
Yo, three more points more painted than gems. Let's go.
Yo.
You outpainted a blaster? Oh my god, I'm so proud
Oh
of you.
my god, I know. I'm just kidding.
But I love how I was just sitting there on the tower like, this is fine.
Thanks for the subscription, Taylor Griffith. Where can I find Devi's stream? It is, on Twitch, it's Devi_Doovie, right?
Yes.
And then on YouTube, it's just Devi Doovie.
Yep. Uh-oh.
I got it right this time.
Oh no, it's the guy. Not just a guy, the guy.
The charger is the one I'm worried about. I think the charger is a actual
Charger's on right.
charger.
Maybe more towards mid.
Oh, we got 2. Let's go, Phia.
Got 3.
Charger top right, I think.
Nope, they're right here. Got
Oh,
Yeah, they're
4.
down.
Nice.
I get it.
Going to
can
lockout
go on.
position.
Come in.
Got one.
Got
Nice.
2.
I can't
Top
stay there to
right.
help. There's one top right on me.
Oh.
See,
Whoa.
I'm-
I got both of us.
Alright. We're good.
Can I take the tower?
Jump me to Jimmy. Yeah.
Oh, good bubbler.
So I got 3.
Dooley's dropped right. I'm watching that.
Charger's here. Oh,
There's like
Charger got me.
shooter on right side.
Yeah.
I'm down.
Dooley's down.
There's one by
Another
me
one
on
down.
the... Oh, charger.
3 down.
There.
Charger is
Just
back.
vac.
Don't shoot it. Do not shoot it. Don't give him anything. Oh, that's gonna come to me. Hello. I'm alive.
I mean, you are
I
number
have,
one.
we have
You're
I
the-
am.
Oh, hi.
Uh-oh. There's a
Yeah,
blaster
drop
on
that.
the left.
Got Charger.
Jem, there's a blaster in the middle between tower and you.
Tagged him once. He's weak.
Oh, killed him but traded.
I somehow... Oh, you're on the tower. I was like, how did I land? I think... Is the charger vacuuming? Again?
Not currently.
Okay. Oh, hi.
Oh, back does damage to bubbler, but it doesn't.
I'm down on
suck.
right.
Got
Nice.
him.
Oh, Phia!
It was excessive, but I don't care. Traded charger.
I got someone.
On tower.
I know.
Got him.
Uh-oh, I'm out of charge.
I'm here, Debbie.
Thank you.
I got
Charger
you.
tower.
Oh my god! Oh
One
my
more
god.
tower. Got him.
Oh, bomb got me.
Oh, there's one on the tower. Hello,
Got
hello, hello. Let me just dance for a second.
Nice.
They went after my big bubbler instead of the tower.
I know.
Oh,
I'm gonna be honest, I turned around and a bomb exploded on top of the bubbler. If I had taken one more step closer, that actually would have killed me.
I love how like we were at one remaining, and I was just like, help. We make a good team.
I love Debbie's pose. It's so cocky.
You wanna learn Hydra? I'll have you know I'm probably streaming tomorrow. I wasn't gonna do any comp stuff for another like week or so, but I was gonna do, of course, streams to, you know, give my thoughts to people on the Hydra and all that, because everyone's curious about what builds I want to go for, all that stuff, what I think about the abilities on it, you know, all that jazz. But
Is anybody
I might-
keeping track of how many matches we've played?
That
I-
feels like 5.
at
but
least
don't
5,
know.
I think. We can
Okay.
always just look in the history.
We
You
can't
can
though.
look at that match menu. What do
Yeah,
you
we
mean?
can.
You can look at that
Look
match menu?
Yeah, look
We-
in match menu.
Oh.
6.
So I'm probably gonna be playing it in the tournament tomorrow if our 4th is there. So I will be live tomorrow most likely, whether I'm playing in a tournament or not.
Debbie, I have a level 50 catalog.
Thing.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you how high up the emote was because I haven't seen that one very often.
The dab is at 98.
I know.
And then mine is at like 45 or something.
My
I'm not
catalog
sure.
is 40, and I'm at player level 20.
Mine's pretty low because, like I said, you know, just came back from a LAN and I have not done much. I didn't do the Splat 3 event, so
Oh,
I was busy riding roller coasters.
Well, I'm out of
Oh,
here.
they have ninja squid, by the way. Shot has ninja.
I got 1. I got 2.
Nice.
I got... Nope. Third one got me on the right.
Spinner?
Halfway to sweat.
Femi's at level 75 already. She's got to have been playing that thing non-stop.
I mean, Kyo already has the dabs, so...
Oh my
Yeah.
God. Ow.
Kyo, that's Kyo's thing. Kyo plays the game longer than anybody else does.
Left. Shot.
No. I traded.
Like, Kyo had 12,000 hours in
Really
Splatoon 2.
riding the tower! Can I jump to that? Do you have a bubbler on it? Yes, you do.
And whenever that bubbler's gone, I have a second.
Oh, cool. I'm gonna back up then and go get this guy. Come here.
I went in too
I
early.
missed it.
Trade him.
Back off. We're 2 down.
Yeah.
These vultures on my ouch.
Shots in mid.
Oh, this ain't good. Here.
We're kind of spread out.
I got one.
Going to you.
I'm somehow alive.
They're gonna see you. Zipcaster on my ouch.
Oh.
I'm behind them.
Oh, I'm gonna run.
I got one. Hello, Splatana. I got two.
One coming back to tower.
One. I
From
got
our
three.
pit.
But the fourth
Last one,
is
fourth.
good.
Last one, mid.
Last near tower.
It's a stringer. They might jump in. Oh, one on left. Tagged him once.
Oh, this might be a bad jump. Oh, yep. There's missiles here. But I'm fine. I have a bomb.
Wait, what bomb did they give you, Debbie?
I have a chicken.
Oh god, I didn't mean to
The
talk
ultimate
that.
displacement sub.
Which
On my ouch.
Wait, that's really nice.
and
It is
Two
Jem,
coming
actually-
from. Two coming from left.
Oh, I okay,
Got
cool.
one. Got two.
Nice.
That should be 3. Nope, they got
One
out
more
of it.
pit. One more pit. Nice. Left
Three.
side.
Got four.
Nice, Phia.
I've been practicing my aim non-stop during the wait. Got the stamper. That's 2, 1. Traded stringer. Watch the...
go
Ladder
big bump.
shots. Dead. Yeah.
Nice.
That was such a nice booyah. Someone was swimming to the tower, and I'm like, nope.
That was
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna have a really hard time tracking that one down.
I was like, okay, this guy's rushing. By the time the booyah bomb expands, they're gonna swim into it. And I was like, that is... Okay, we're getting better on the timing. Slowly but surely.
So you decided to go with fun coach, Jem?
Yeah, I kind of left it up to... I knew it had to be coach, but I left the adjective up to stream because I really didn't like any of them.
What?
I think
Oh.
mine is like...
All right, I think that is 7 there. We're going to call it there and go to the VOD review now, which
Okay.
is going to happen in a different way than it ever has before because we now have a replay code. So I'm going to... let's just have... Because this is going to be a frontline one, so I don't think I'll have like backline questions for Devi or anything. If we could just have me and Phia in the voice call now.
Okay. Have fun.
Thank you guys for playing with us, and we'll see you well
will
in
you be-
chat, I'm sure.
Will you be sharing the replay code with us?
If Fia's okay with that, I guess. I mean,
We'll
I'll be
see after.
showing it on stream, so I don't know
We'll
what.
see how hard he rips into me.
All right. Well, thank you guys for playing, and we're gonna get started with this now. And I don't actually have to switch scenes because it's all here.
See ya.
Oh, can you stream for me, Jem?
Sure.
I'll pop in if there's any stream issues.
Okay, appreciate it. Here's this, and boom, and that should be good. You seeing it, Phia?
Yes.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, that was actually 8 games if we count the first one where Jimmy wasn't there.
Oh,
So.
nice.
Okay, replays. That's replay code. There we go. It's a different option. So I will get up another password guard here. Oh, it's Whittle. Why is it so Whittle? It's cute that way, but it needs to cover the screen. There we go. And Phia, you have DM'd this to me, correct?
Correct. Yes.
There it is. Okay. So this should be interesting. I haven't messed with this at all yet, and it'll be cool to see what sorts of new options we have. Because one thing that I think could be really cool about this is that while we won't be able to see Phia's, the information that Phia sees directly, we will be able to get sort of sense of what opponents are doing so that, like, we can look at how they are playing against Phia. And I think that could be a really interesting perspective if that's available to us.
Yes, you can check the perspective of any other player, which is really nice. I went through it a little bit earlier, just to test it out, and also grab this.
Okay.
Oh, hi, Jamie.
We are now in. So what are my tools here?
It'll show you after the intro.
Yeah, I can't really do anything at this point.
Nope, you cannot skip the intro.
Okay, so there's a pause.
If you
Navigation
go to menu,
bar.
then you can look at
Okay.
controls.
So this is navigation bar. Menu controls. Okay. So special gauge is ZL plus minus. So we'll want that on. So that's top down, that's player. So that's all the same. Objective camera. And then... Okay, so this is mostly the same, I think. Let's get this on pause. Oh, it only appears while I'm holding L?
Odd.
That's something I just always want to see, though. Okay, hello. Okay, there we go. Is there a way to move slower? Probably not. We just have to pause and keep going, but... Alright. So, God, what is this team comp they gave you? Oh, that's dreadful. Okay, So...
This is not what they gave us. This was a pre-made.
Oh, what?
My friends wanted me to suffer.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I forgot. This is... Because... And I'm forgetting this is even based on what I asked for, because... I don't want to watch ranked footage in the first week here, because ranked footage is going to be wrong. Ranked footage is going to just...
Yeah.
Like, the issue that you're going to have in ranked right now is that you didn't recognize the player who was a Div 2 competitive player on the other team. That's how it's going to be, right? If you didn't know that person's name, then you didn't know, oh, wait, this player is just significantly better than me, and that was why I lost. And that's about all the answer that I'm going to be giving you in that point. That's not entirely true, but like that sort of thing really decreases the usefulness of the feedback that I can provide. So I didn't want to do it on ranked mode. So Phia went in and actually created a pre-made, and this is with Phia's teammates here, and I forgot about that. But, so the fact that you guys coordinated and ended up with this team comp is kind of wild. I think...
One random.
Okay.
We wanted to bring her for zoning, and then we would have the undercover, because Oza refused to play a basic Rella, and I would be basically killing anybody that he was distracting, which actually did turn out pretty well in this.
Yeah, that's not a bad kind of system where you've got some chip damage, some skirmish, and a Slayer. But some things that we are lacking here. Let's start with that. We have no long-range initiation whatsoever. Reef Slider, no, does not count. It is not long-range. That is something where you go a short distance and then there's an explosion. Long range, we're talking missiles, we're talking Tri-Strike, we're talking Booyah Bomb. There's another... Trizuka actually works, but it's not really initiation so much as it is like, as soon as that Hydra shows up, you delete them and then you get to do things again. So your weapon is definitely by far the best weapon that is in this comp. It's not close. The Tri-Stringer, so there are a lot of people who are saying the Tri-Stringer is weak. FLC is not one of them, and so I am taking those opinions with a grain of salt, even my own. But right now, I just don't feel like it does that much damage. I feel like you're depending on your teammates to follow up in order to get anything done, which is the same problem that the Undercover Brella has, but worse. So, yeah, team comp-wise, I mean, I'm not going to talk too much more about that because you didn't have a ton of control over it, but in a coordinated environment, that's the first place that I would start, and we'd talk about how we could fit other things into this. The biggest problem for you guys by far is going to be your Hydra, in terms of you being able to do something in the match. Because if they get a power position with open sight lines, it's going to be very difficult for you to push. There is cover on this stage, but it is a very open stage. You have to push across some pretty wide open spaces. And so you, specifically Phia, are the single best individual suited to dealing with that because you have Trizuka. I'm going to catch myself on that a number of times. If I say Tri-Strike and we don't have a Tri-Strike on our team, I mean Trizuka, and I apologize for that in advance. That is a habit I'm trying to break, and I'm just trying to say Zuka, but it's... Oh, man, it is heavily ingrained in my brain for some stupid reason. So that's why that's happening. Okay. So let's see what we're doing here. Just practicing some forward squid rolls. I'm pretty confident that that's not faster movements. That's probably just you, like, warming your hands up.
Yeah, it's faster, or it's equal speed for the first two, but after that it actually gets slower. So, that's actually why it's harder to do in strings, too.
That's interesting. I'll have to check that out. Okay, so this is a really big commitment. Let's... Oh, goodness. I wish there was a backup 5 seconds button. Okay, so this player is about to drop off a ledge into enemy ink. What do you think is going to happen? There's a whole lot of orange in front of you. You know where one player is in front of you. You don't know where any of your teammates are based on the camera angle that we have here. And maybe you actually know this more. But at the moment, let me check the controls again really quick and see if I can switch camera angles while it's paused. Okay, it's ZL plus this.
My teammates, yeah. Right?
I am trying, and it is not happening, unfortunately.
That's kind of painful.
Very frustrating. Okay. Nintendo, I don't understand sometimes. They don't know how people are going to play this game. So anyway, so I mean, this'll work, but it's definitely, there's definitely a lot to be desired. So there's a player in front of you, and you know this. The problem is that player in front of you has an advantage. They have all of the area that they could possibly want painted their color. You are also airborne. Being airborne here puts you above any cover that could possibly be hiding you. And it's going to keep you just in their sight line before you're able to move again. You don't have access to your swimming movement. You don't have access to your squid rolls from here. And so this death is entirely because you're just kind of moving a little too fast. Once you get behind cover there, that is an excellent time to start... excuse me. That is an excellent time to start collecting information. As a general rule, when you're safe as frontline, try to collect information. And then take the periods where you're unsafe. You'll play those better because you have to focus on what's going on around you. And you don't have time to stop and pause and do that sort of thing. So if you pause before you get over the top of that and collect some information, you'll realize, okay, my teammates are not here with me. There is, if you see, I don't have a pointer actually that I can use to point at this, but over to the far right side of the screen, you can see that there's an enemy Octobrush that is well behind you currently. So your teammates potentially could just get zoned away from helping you on this side because there is an Octobrush in their way. So you're very isolated. There's a lot of enemy ink around, and this fight goes this way because of that. Your aim is very secondary to the question because the fight was just very low percentile in the first place. It's like Oza is like behind you, but like on that ledge, and they're playing undercover, so it's not like they have the range to hit that far away, and they're also being contested by someone else in mid. There's just like not enough support for you to want to be in that position, and there's too much enemy paint to give you anywhere to move. So let's keep this going. So right now, we just want to be kind of chilling, backing up, give them checkpoint if they need. So at this point, especially when like you're the first one down, which is going to happen a lot as a frontliner, that's the lifestyle. You want to be watching your teammates to see if they go down, because if they go down, you still don't have a fight. You don't want to stagger in. You are the person who is at the highest risk of staggering in because you're the one who's most likely to go down first. So right now you're in a 2v4, and you need to like recognize that as you're coming in so that you know how to approach it, rather than like giving away your position already and risking someone just having an angle and collapsing on you. You want to be taking a position a little bit further back, painting up to see if you can get special, and at most throwing bombs in front to keep them at bay. Because right now, okay, this is overzealous of them, but if they were coordinating this push instead of just kind of feeding in by themselves, they would put one over the right-hand side, or maybe two over the right-hand side, and that one on the left. And yeah, maybe you get that one, but then their teammates trade them back. That's what happens in a more coordinated, competitive environment. If they're going to push in with a 4v2, they're going to push in together and not just like leave their Octobrush out to dry like they did here. So like, I would say, you know, good job playing this because it worked, and because like you had a 2v1, you recognized that you took it. But the thing is, you should never expect that to be a 2v1. You should always expect that the enemy team is going to be coordinated as they're pushing in from there, because once you hit, you know, S+, high S+, or even definitely X rank, maybe like high S+ even, once people go down, you should expect that like people are going to start forcing their way forward at some point in time, and that when they do that, you're going to be at a disadvantage for it. So, and then the other teammate goes the same way, where their teammate just died, leaving you an open angle on the Rainmaker, which you get cleanly. So, yeah, they had a good push there that they misplayed really badly, and now you guys have 4 up. You've got a special out, and you can start taking map control. Now, you want to keep the pressure up on them. Man, this is a cursed image. You want
my bomb being thrown too.
Yeah, and the gun is pointing at you. This is just, this is horrifying.
I left-handed in the shot. Sorry. This
makes absolute. I guess they switch the gun back and forth in their hands when they want to throw a bomb. Whatever. So, goodness. With the situation you're in right now, you need map control, because you kind of want to. Your thought process is, what is the thing that is keeping my team from moving forward, and how can I remove that thing? And right now, one of the biggest things is the enemy ink that's around you. Because if you push in towards these 2 players that are in front of you without any of your ink down on the floor first, you still might feed in and not win that fight, especially with a comp that's heavily focused on skirmishing rather than on actually going in and slaying. You're the one who's going to be furthest and fastest forward, so this is a situation where you might need to be a little careful. The first thing I do here is paint a way towards this super jump, and then I would think about camping it. But if I notice that there's too much protection on that jump, you back up and you take the paint that's in the first goal platform area. I think so. Popping the Zuka here, I think, is actually counterproductive. Zuka does not paint very well. Zuka is not going to paint your feet for you, and it's best over long sight lines. You play Zuka on the same sight lines as you want to play backline weapons, because you're targeting the backline weapons at their own game. That's what that weapon is primarily for. And I think you have a better chance, first of all, of like successfully hitting this jump. You do end up hitting it, but of hitting it safely, especially if you paint up around you first and make sure that the area around you is secure so that this guy, for example, can't sneak up on you. But for another thing, like, it's entirely possible that you pop that Zuka and then realize that everybody in front of you is actually capable of defending. And then you're stuck in Ink Zuka, which is a little bit of a liability. What's a good comparison? Maybe like popping Ink Zuka is actually kind of like popping Stingray. It's actually somewhat... Stingray is a little bit more extreme because you lose more and for more time. But like, you want to have the same sort of mindset where you want to position in a similar way while using it. You want to take similar, like, okay, not similar sight lines because you don't need line of sight really for the ray. But like, you want to make sure that you're going to be safe around you while you're popping it. It is not a pop this and go in special. It is a pop this and to get a pick so that you can go in special. So right now, paint is the priority. Clearing the area in front of your team is a priority so they can come up and support you safely. They're not like, there's a lot of orange ink around Phia. I can't go in on that. The jump is kind of a secondary concern. Because what ends up happening is you spend a special to get a 1-for-1 trade. It's a trade on their junior, I think? Or no? That's right. I'm looking at the wrong side. It's a trade on their brush, which, I mean, it's a frontliner. It's fine. But the Hydra is now in position, and now it's a 3v3 situation where they have a frontliner, a support, and a backliner, and you have the two tri-stringers and an undercover. They probably get this pop and are able to start forcing you back from there. So, overall, what was holding you back from moving forward was the enemy paint. So focus the enemy paint there. When you're trying to go for a jump camp like that, bombs are your best bet if you can pull off the timing. If the jump has been out there for too long or it's ambiguous, especially with a suction bomb, or if you don't have the ink for a suction bomb, then you try to go for shots. If it's not safe to go for shots, let them land. Preserve your own life, because you are doing more to push them back by being where you are than you are by trading that. Ooh, that was a risky jump. I'm going to shift back for just a second and talk about the situation you're jumping into. So, when we jump here, there is still, as far as we can see, and I think you would probably be able to see at least some of this, there is still orange ink around that teammate. The general rule for jumping in is if there is someone who could possibly be sharking in any ink anywhere near my teammate, then I go for somebody who's further away. So like Oza here would be a better jump target because Oza's further back and has more blue ink in between him and the enemies in front. Yoko's a more aggressive one, and you do manage to get this, but that is because this is a Splatana wiper that does not know it doesn't have DPS. I like the idea of that bomb. It ends up not being far enough, but I assume you're trying to throw this on the jump. So once you know your range a little bit better, you know, on your bombs and stuff, you just get a little closer and you get a pick for that bomb for sure. Same thing with your shots. You're firing shots just a little bit before you're actually in range here. And again, you're used to having a charger. I don't blame you at all. Nice job. Oza does a perfect job of just getting that player into a place where you can punish them for trying to engage him. And you've got the Rainmaker picked up and you're ready to go. All right. So first priority is first checkpoint, because you need that before you can score any more. And it's usually a relatively attainable goal off of just one wipe. Now, you haven't gotten a super clean wipe. The Splatana Wiper and the Zap are both going to be respawning here, and so they're going to be in play fairly soon. The major places that you want to control for this map, and I'm going to back up just a little bit so that I can go into a different camera angle here. That's not what I'm looking for. It is... Okay, that's objective camera. Where's top down? Is right stick... ZL plus right stick up. Okay. Like that. Okay. So, do I have a cursor on here? I don't have a cursor. That's annoying. Okay. So there's the goal platform, and then there's the ramp up from the left side of the goal platform. Your left, your team's left. So upwards on this screenshot.
The place where I first died.
Right. And then there is the place where you first died. No. Actually, directly above the first goal platform. So not in that pit on the left, but on the way up into the enemy base.
Oh, gotcha.
This would be so much easier if there were call-out names or if I had a cursor that I could use to point at things, but here we are. So that's the first way up for the Rainmaker. The only other way up for the Rainmaker is over that block, over that box. So you can see the pillow near the right-hand side. I think that's the only pillow on the map. And then directly to the left, that box. So you've got that ramp and that box. Those are the two ways that the Rainmaker could possibly take it. You want to be securing... ideally both of those, so that once some pressure is actually being applied to the Rainmaker, you are able to have both of those options available, and you can take the option that's easiest as the Rainmaker carrier. So that means, in this case, paint, because you're not going to run into the enemy team for another few seconds. So take some time to paint. Number one, to get your Trizuka so that you can deal with the Hydra when it shows up. Number two, so that you can get into a position that's strong before the enemy team sees where you're at. Right now, you're at a bit of a power play because they're all down and like respawning and trying to scramble to get information and stuff. They've been denied a lot of information by just not having anyone out on the map. So from here, this is an ideal time to paint up for a couple seconds and then find a sharking spot. Let's see how we end up playing this after we learn how to get back. Okay, so it's ZL plus whatever the marker is for Phia. There it is. Okay. So Oza does end up going over, but he goes over without you, and no pressure is put on the left-hand side. Another reason that painting up the left-hand side there was important is that as soon as they saw there was no blue ink on that ramp, they knew they didn't have to worry about anyone coming from that direction. That undercover in front of them was the only player in their way, and so everybody focused on it instantly. Like, they could just pre-fire that box, and even if somebody else is there with them, they're still aiming at that player. So Oza's play is a little bit over-aggressive, but what you could do to facilitate it more is to paint up more thoroughly around the push so that it's more ambiguous for the enemy team where they have to be looking right now. Here, I think the squid roll play is over-aggressive. I think you want to just be swimming out of there. Just flee with your tail between your legs at that point. Because this is literally a 1v4 at that point. And you need to be getting away before enemy ink catches up to you. And since you've already been hit once, that clues you in that unless you have like massively more swim speed than they do, as soon as they do get an open sight line, if you've done anything other than continue to swim, they will be in range long enough to hit shots, and that's exactly what happens. Now, this is a zap, so, I mean, it does end up being more of a 1v1. They kind of string themselves out a little bit. So, I mean, you could say that, oh, maybe I should have just mechanically won that fight, but as soon as you win that fight, you're getting traded back. So, still not worth it. Okay, so I like the idea to come left to an extent. What I don't like is that you're painting out in front of you like this. Because what an opponent is going to see is they're going to see that paint coming around the corner, out of the corner of their eye. They're going to see, oh, blue thing, ah. And so what you want to do is paint really close to this wall to force the opponents to at least check the map to see that you're coming. Because they're probably, you know, they're kind of engaged with your team right now. If you just, like, paint along the wall here and get yourself a line that they can't see without opening the map, chances are you're going to go undetected that way. Ends up not really mattering. You get a pick with one of those bombs. Now, did you see the player that was on your right?
I'm not sure.
Back it up for a second. Okay, that backed up further than I wanted to, but we're good. What? Hello?
We broke it?
Oh.
Okay, then.
That's... What?
I was actually in spawn this whole time, of course.
Is it gonna be like this? Okay. Well, that was fun. Okay. So it's that bomb that gets someone, ultimately. Now, right here, there is still the Splatana wiper on your right. Do you see that there now?
Yeah, I didn't see it at the time, though.
I caught them from the glow of their hair. With the Trizuka, you are close enough to hit this Rainmaker. You don't need to go closer to it. It's probably better, instead of dropping on enemy ink, to use this, to stay in an area that's inked for you, and use it across that more open sight line. Because as soon as you drop, you're going to be behind cover here. As soon as you drop, that cuts your ability to hit these shots, if they move someplace. So you end up hitting it. And that Zuka shot, you would have had to aim a little bit higher. I know it's really awkward with the hitbox, and that's something that we're all still getting used to. But all right. From there, you're only fall-offing the shield, so I believe that will still do the half damage. You want to be kind of shooting it directly.
The reason I was shooting it like that was because I was behind the cover, because I was terrified of the Hydra when it was higher, when it was like bigger on their color.
Gotcha.
It was basically safe.
You can probably right side peek the shield from here and not die to the explosion. So
right side peeking with a shooter is very different from right side peeking with a charger, so I wasn't comfortable with that.
Gotcha. But yeah, like right here, the way you're edging in close, see, you didn't actually die to it in the end.
Yeah.
Granted, you were hitting the block for the last couple shots, but you probably could have still been shooting it and not died to it. So, now at this point, the pop has happened, and it's still extremely neutral. Everybody is alive right now. There is paint basically straight down the middle for your side, and then as soon as you get to the other side, it's theirs. So it's as close to the start of the game as you're going to get here. So peeking out over the top of cover is something that I can't agree with the Hydra being where it is. Maybe it's like shooting at someone else, or maybe it like doesn't have charge or something. But oh, okay, so the whale is going out and you're using that against the Hydra to get close to it.
Yeah.
I see.
And Oza was taking its fire with his shield on the left there. Which is the reason I did that.
Gotcha. Let's back up and hope this doesn't kill the camera again. Okay.
Oh, Oza
So
didn't have a shield. I was just trusting him.
So going up over the top, I still disagree with, because from here, it's going to take you longer to get to cover if the Hydra decides to just try and trade you back. what you could be doing instead is staying on the ground and beelining to that block on the right that you see on screen here, the black one. If you beelined there, then yes, you don't have like right side peek on the Hydra, but it gives you a little bit of extra distance to get closer to them. And then once you see, okay, they are engaged, like they're moving, they're running away or whatever, then you can start moving in. That does kind of give them the option to leave by going backwards, like over their ramp, especially on the left here. But more important to keep yourself safe from getting traded needlessly, especially when you're popping a special to win this push cleanly. The Hydra like could just like laser you down right here and go down 1 for 1, and now there's not that much of an advantage. But they end up not taking those shots, and you follow up perfectly on that. Now there are still people behind you on the right, and that's something you want to deal with right away. Let's watch the initiation of this engagement again.
Off of this type of kills my cleanest squid roll of all time.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. That gets you up over that ledge quickly. Now with this player right here, you're about to get into their range. So the positioning that you are at once you do arrive in their range is going to determine whether this fight goes well for you. So right now, you're jumping. Look at, like, think for a second, how long is it going to take me to get behind cover if this isn't going well? We'd have to, like, drop all the way down and then swim all the way to the right. So we're very close to just being in mortal danger already. You very, very, very rarely want to jump off of a ledge. I think in general in Splatoon, but definitely as a frontline weapon, because it takes you longer to get down to where you're maneuverable again, and it takes you longer to be able to push yourself to behind cover somewhere where it's safe again.
I think it's probably just muscle memory from doing charger hold shots.
Yeah. So they end up not responding to this very well at all, but they still end up being able to trade you. Like, let's look at how they might have played this. So right here, you're relatively safe, although if you continue to push forward to the front corner directly ahead of you and try to use this for cover, you're left side peeking. And so they will be hitting shots on you before you're hitting shots on them, and they are a brush. That is exactly the situation they want. What a more aware brush player does here is they shark right around that corner, wait for you to try and left side peek, and then they jump out and ambush you. Now, they didn't know you were here, and so this is the first time that they recognize that you're here. But notice how, like, because you're rushing into the encounter from around this corner, you don't actually know where they are yet. You haven't, like, seen their position. So you're kind of guessing at where these shots are going to land, and if you think about the range of angles that the brush could have been at relative to you, you don't actually have that information. So what I want to do before I push around this corner is move my camera around so that I can gather as much information. And if I can't see where they are, I back up from this, because the brush, on an ambush wins that more consistently against me. They have a much easier time hitting their shots, and they have a pretty similar time to kill. So chances are brush wins this in the close range 1v1. So if I can tell exactly where they are before I expose myself around cover, then I go for it, because I trust myself to be able to laser that down. But since you don't know where they are, you don't want to be pushing around here yet, and you have a good snap here, and you out-aim them, and that is the reason that you are able to trade here.
Right.
Because they have the advantageous fight, you just play it better.
I love being a charger main playing shooters.
Mm-hmm. Team was able to clean that up, though. They're 3 down. At this point, I'm already planning on super jumping back in. As soon as I see 3 down, I'm like, is the Hydra really going to try and camp a jump when my 3 teammates are all there looking at it? I don't think so. So swimming all the way back in is costing... Let's actually like count how long it takes you to get back in compared to what it would be if you super jumped. Okay, so I actually didn't back up far enough. Okay. So let's say your super jump lands now. So 236. 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds. It's 10 seconds before you're where you could have been if you just super jumped in. That's a respawn timer.
Really. 13 seconds.
Well,
put on stopwatch.
I'm removing. Well, I'm just looking at the game clock.
Yeah, sorry.
And I'm taking out the amount of time it took to super jump in because it takes about 2 or 3 seconds. So
Yeah.
that's about what that is. But yeah, the point taken. Like by the time you get here, a lot of the game has already been played without you. So super jumping back in is really important, especially as a frontliner, because if you can keep that frontline pressure forward for longer, that means that as soon as you get an advantage, you're able to capitalize faster, and your whole team is able to start scoring from further forward and get the objective further by extension. So right now the whole play has kind of happened, and what I would have predicted with you being out of play for 10 seconds does end up happening here. Your team has 2 players in the Rainmaker. Their team has eventually 4 players fully respawned. That goes in their favor overwhelmingly. They end up with a 3-for-1 trade in their favor, and now you're in the middle of enemy ink, and this is at best like a trade situation. They should be rushing you down much harder than they are. Like, let's back this up for a second. So, like, right here, there should already be somebody else doing damage to you. There is nobody else on your team for them to even be focusing on. So, the fact that, like, someone else isn't seeing this, that's not something you can count on in coordinated play. Somebody is already swimming at you and will catch up to you if you don't just immediately hightail it. And I would honestly, like, not even want to be dropping into this pit because someone's probably... So, from your right-hand side, you know that drop where the Rainmaker can't go up, but the defenders can drop down from?
Mm-hmm.
On a coordinated team, there's probably someone coming out from that direction who is cutting off your escape into mid if you don't just beeline it back through mid. If you go in this direction, you probably get cornered and have to jump out at best, or just get picked for being here. And again, you're going to get away with this because they're just going to like focus on shield instead of on the actual state of the game. And they're in fact even going to just let you sit here and take Trizuka shots. You do play the Zuka situation there well. I still think it was probably disadvantageous if the Splatana here plays this better. Like, if they throw a torpedo behind you, that's a huge problem for you.
Mm-hmm. They took way too long. They could have easily killed me if they just came a little bit sooner.
Yeah. Like, everyone on their team except the Hydra should have been trying to kill you in that moment. And now instead they focused on popping the Rainmaker shield. It's that B rank focus the objective sort of mindset. And on a competitive team, they rush you down, you die, now your team is staggered.
Right.
Nice, very clean fight win there. There was a player on the left-hand side that you can definitely be collapsing on right here. If you just drop into the pit, you're behind cover and away from the Hydra. What did you say?
I think I might have been reacting to that, like, as you were describing it, so...
Yeah, now you're focusing on this, and this is... So... Okay, let's talk about how you get this fight win faster. Because you're going to win this, I presume. But... I think you can... So as soon as you see them right there, all you need to do is go around the left side of this cover, get behind that unpaintable wall, and now you're behind them. If they want to escape from your teammates, they have to run into you. If they run at you, your teammates have their back. So you can just create a pincher on this guy and still be completely safe from the Hydra, because they just don't have an angle to stop that at all. And what's going to happen here is you have the right idea. You paint up behind them, but like remember this is a brush that doesn't necessarily stop them. And now what they're going to be able to do is hole up behind this block. If you see that your teammates are shooting at this, if you had come in from the left side, you'd force them into your teammates, and now they have nowhere to run. Now they have to just stand and fight. But now they can hide and wait for their teammates to come in, and they're going to be able to stall out this engagement for longer. And they, in fact, Zipcaster...
Zipcasters are special.
Okay, well, that's enough about that. I think you get the idea. All right, so we get pop, and they fail to recognize that they are a player down and also have a special displacing the rest of their team so that there's no way in heck they get this pop, and they stay too close to the pop anyway, so they go down. Now there's just a zap in the way, and it is your job to hunt that zap down. Paint your feet, swim. Paint your feet, swim. None of this jumping around business. You can catch that zap before they get up over that ridge, I'm pretty sure. So let's see... I'll break it down in a more micro sense. As soon as you get the pop, you see them there. You see a little swirl in the ink in front of you, and now you see this player. So now you're... Because this player, if they turn around and fight, they just immediately die to a Rainmaker shot. You're fine with that trade. You're just sprinting to chase this guy down. So you swim all the way to the edge of your ink and paint it. And instead of going back down into the ink like this, you're just painting a solid line. This is like optimal beelining movement toward them. And you do catch them if you do that. But because you're kind of like hopping up and playing a little tentatively right now, remember this is still like a 1v4 for them, you're giving the enemy team time to spawn back in and giving this player time to retreat back to a safer position. So now it's going to be significantly harder for you to push in. You're probably going to have to pop that Zuka like now-ish, like at this point in the push, instead of being able to pick this player and then save that Trizuka for when the Hydra respawns and get it to like 20 or something. So like, yeah, now we've gotten this pick, but now we're starting to meet significant enemy resistance. Everyone's respawned. We've only gotten to the top of this ramp with the Rainmaker. Now there's a bomb in front of us. There's an Octobrush in front. We have to stop and slow down, throw bombs, play safe, and here's the Zuka. And it's not far enough up that the Zuka is going to hit the Hydra. So I think your better target here was probably the Brush. It's like just a Hydra solo, like it can stop a push if you don't know where it is, but now you know where it is. So instead of like aiming at the Hydra from too far away, what I'm thinking to possibly do is go all the way up the ramp and all the way to the far left here so that you're around the corner. Like you see that pillar on the left. Hydra can't hit around that right now because they're at the top of the ramp. So if you just Zuka from here, you have control of the entire platform with this like inflatable on it, and that gives you really good line of sight to be able to just absolutely delete this brush. Oza, I think, thought that reef slider would go all the way across and then just runs it into a wall, unfortunately. But now, so the Rainmaker has been forced to back up at this point because it's just not safe for them to stay on top of the ramp. And now it's just kind of a fight to move forward. Splatana Wiper goes in a little too hard, so you get that pick. That's awesome. Right now we should be immediately focusing on the Zipcaster because that is what poses the most immediate threat to the Rainmaker right now. And we do that, and we take it out. Excellent. And we don't die to the bomb. Also excellent. Booyah Bomb goes out. That is going to destroy the push. So that's really unfortunate. But you can see, like, just a little bit of a faster pace off of that initial engagement. Like, it makes a really big difference. It's the difference between you guys getting stalled out here at 46 and maybe being able to get the Rainmaker behind the pillow on the right, or maybe being able to get it behind the unpaintable wall up over there. You getting close enough to be able to Trizuka the Hydra. Like, there are a lot of objectives that actually could have been accomplished in just that tiniest bit more time if we push the pace a little bit faster on that initial push. It's also helpful if you have more frontliners to do that with, but that's something we've already discussed. good pick on them. At this point, I don't want to challenge the Hydra because they've got a lot of their own paint and they've got a pretty open sightline. I can only really work with this inflatable, and they definitely have at least one more teammate that's nearby with them. So I instead would be trying to go for the isolated player who's just dropped down behind me here. Because, yeah, the Splatana here is going to make it impossible for you to go after the Hydra in a meaningful way. You're just going to get forced back. Whereas if you focus on the guy who got through into mid there, now they're not in mid anymore. And, there wasn't that bomb there for you. But also you probably get the pick on the jump in the pit over there if you follow them backwards. Ooh, Yoko's in some trouble. I would be calling, help Yoko, help Yoko.
Yeah.
All right.
This was before I knew that doing any more than 2 squid rolls was suboptimal, by the way. So.
Gotcha. All right, so we get to the shield here. They're juiced, so we do not want this fight. It's a fight where if you win, you get so much less than if they win, and they're more likely to win. So as soon as the juice goes out, that's like... At top-level play in Splatoon 2, when someone popped armor, whole team backs up. Whole team just does not want that engagement at all. It's like that, but worse in Splatoon 3. As soon as the juice goes out, you want to be, like, squeezer range away from anything. And, like, charger range away from, like, more ranged weapons. So Oza being in there is a lost cause, basically. And as soon as Oza goes down, and there's an enemy team in a 4v3 with Juice against me, and I'm the first person they're going to see, I'm swimming backwards, and I'm calling for everyone else to swim backwards too. I don't even want to be here already. I want to be well behind the block and halfway up the ramp by now. And now we're stuck because just ran our backs into the wall, I think. It's just a little movement thing. Oh, wow, you do get over that. This is actually a nice, like, panic moment to, like, pop Trizuka and potentially at least stall the Rainmaker. So, like, once you're in that situation, once you're too far in, it's like, well, I'm going to die anyway, might as well go for the Trizuka. And you should have died anyway, but you didn't die anyway, but you were able to slow the Rainmaker down in a big way. And you're able to go in and get another pick, so that's huge for your team. They have to pop the Rainmaker shield. Your team has advantage on securing the pop, so that should be game over. And it is. Awesome. Okay, and I actually can't pause it anymore. So I'm curious what's going to happen. So big takeaways here. Use cover more, and specifically, like... seek out cover and your ability to get behind cover as fast as possible. Anytime you're on open ground, like, think about it like stealth gameplay, right? You're always like moving from cover to cover. So that's one thing. Get that mindset, like have a magnet between you and cover. And part of that is avoiding jumps, especially off of ledges and stuff. Just avoiding being airborne in general when you can. Also, numbers advantage is really, really important to keep track of for everybody, but especially for you, because if somebody goes down, you are the first person they're seeing and the first person they're rushing. So your response needs to be faster than it usually has to be for like a backline weapon.
Right.
Be very careful about approaching enemy ink. Make sure that like in neutral, you're taking your time and collecting information when it's safe to, because in neutral... there isn't something you have to be doing right away. In neutral, the game is kind of stalled out, and that's a great opportunity for you to collect information, because when you have that information early, then once that advantage state shifts, you know where you need to be moving already. You already have a plan. You don't need to be, like, figuring out, oh, shoot, I'm being rushed, I need to run back. Or, oh, we have a 4v1, I need to get forward now. It's like, as soon as people go down, it's like, go time. And so that that sort of like forward planning is only possible with a certain degree of information collecting. And that's one of the reasons that I always say, in order to get better at the game, get better at playing the game, you need to get better at seeing the game first. Well, they're kind of intertwined, because seeing the game depends on you giving yourself an opportunity to collect that visual information and process it. So when you are safe behind cover and it is a neutral state and you're not sure exactly what you need to do next, just take a second, peek around, look, okay, player there, my teammates are here. Okay, let's go this way. And that can make a huge difference in determining whether your pushes end up being successful. Do you have any questions for me?
So in cases when like we've gotten like how far forward should I go? If we get a wipe on the enemy, how far forward should I go? Assuming we can't just like push infinitely.
That is a really good question. So what you want to do is go very far forward and then back up. Okay. And the when you back up part is the trick. That's the part that like is really difficult to get without significant experience. Mm-hmm. But what you want to do is, especially like, you just sprint forward for a little bit, so you just have like your own little trail behind you, because nobody's going to paint that. Nobody's going to like stop you from retreating if you time this right. You get as far forward as you can, and then you paint up a crap ton, and then you're backing up right as soon as the first enemy player approaches everything that you've just painted. That gives you time then to paint more of a significant escape route behind you, and that puts a barrier in front of them as far forward as possible that they need to surmount before they're able to keep going. That's what will help your team advance the furthest, the fastest.
Okay.
Unless you're a blaster, in which case you get under a ledge and just sit there. But yeah, that's kind of your idea with the splatter shot. The way that you stall the enemy team is not by just like standing out in the open or sitting behind cover or something. It's by creating a zone of control that is very far forward that the enemy team has to be cautious about approaching and has to approach methodically. Because that slowness, that methodical approach gives your team all of the time that they need to come in from behind you, paint up the spots you missed, and start helping you as soon as you're getting engaged on. So, very good question. Anything else come to mind?
So when I'm so I struggle a lot with weapons that are just longer range than me, like Splattershot Pro. That's the main one I can think of. CDS, or Dually Squelchers. Just stuff that has like longer range than me that is playing either like a support or offensive role.
Yep.
I don't really know how to get in on that at all. Or
those weapons are specifically designed to shut you down. Those weapons exist in a comp because you need short-range shooters to push forward, and they prevent a short-range shooter from pushing forward. So the way to approach those is, let's say that like you've got a 2-down situation in your benefit. Like you got 2 picks just now, but the 2 players that are left standing are a Hydra and a Splattershot Pro. It's not your job to run at them. It's your job to get to the closest cover that is in between them and you. Because once you're in a position that threatens them like that, and they can't shoot you yet, they have to back up to maintain their range advantage. And them backing up is the whole point in the first place.
So I kind of have like a passive... I'm basically passively applying pressure to them without...
Right, you're applying zoning pressure and not kill pressure.
Gotcha.
Other ways to deal with them would be just try strike them lull or throw bombs.
Gotcha. Okay.
But the trick with those weapons is if they are at range to hit you and you are not at range to hit them, you must disengage. If you are in range to hit them especially if they don't recognize that you're there, then you engage. But being in that position depends on your teammates skirmishing for you, which is not always going to be the case. So just avoid open sight lines, and you will avoid all of the advantages that they have over you. Again, like I talk about in the frontline positioning basics video, your goal is to mitigate their range advantage by using cover to approach them before they can ever hit shots.
Got it. Try as you can. I'm just trying to think through everything to see if there's anything that I want to ask.
For sure.
Playing with a teammate. I know that one was kind of hard because we didn't really have another full frontliner. But in general, how do I make sure that I'm playing around my teammate without just being bunched up the entire time?
Gotcha. So the root of teamwork in this game, as I've said before, and you've probably heard me say like 17 times, is shoot at the guy who's shooting at your teammate. Now, in order for that to work, the guy who is shooting at your teammate cannot also be shooting at you at the same time. You can't be on the same line for that strategy to work, right? And so when you're playing with a teammate, you need to take an angle where the opponent is forced to choose one of you to shoot at, but you are both in range of that opponent. And what you're looking for, besides just don't stand on top of your teammate, that's number one thing in your mind when you're in a situation like that. Number two thing in your mind is, who is this guy shooting at? Who is this guy shooting at? Who is this guy shooting at? If they are shooting, because you need to be on hair trigger alert for if they start shooting at you. If they start shooting at you, you immediately need to snap into action to make sure you don't just get lasered down and leave your teammate in a 1v1. Because they might, the enemy player, if they're, positioning well, they might buy themselves a 1v1 for 1 second by backing up around a piece of cover, or by backing up out of your teammate's range and forcing them to move forward or something like that. And so if they end up in a position like that, now it's dangerous, and you don't want that fight because you can have a 2v1. Why opt in for a 1v1 when you can have a 2v1? So if they switch their attention to you, you immediately need to start moving and stalling for your teammate to be able to get in. But also, if they start shooting at your teammate only has so much time if that opponent has chosen to start shooting them at a good time before they go down. And so you need to get in there and do what damage you can as quickly as possible from that off angle. So it's, number one, don't be standing on top of my teammate. But number two, if you're fighting the same opponent as your teammate is, if you're focusing on like what that opponent is shooting at, then the coordination should happen kind of naturally, because if you're focusing on the same player, you'll see when they're not shooting at you and go in. And if they are shooting at you, you're fully distracted by that, but your teammate will see that they're shooting at you and go in. And so that's how that kind of works. And that sort of teamwork works outside of like a coordinated team. In fact, it's very rare that you will ever hear players in a competitive environment actually make call-outs like, he's shooting me, go. Like, they don't have time for that. They just know which player they're focusing, and the logic of how to play the situation just follows, and they don't really have anything that they need to say about it, besides if, like, they're getting delayed by some third party to that 2v1.
Right. And then from there, how do you position so that you're able to set up the 2v1, but your opponent's second, like, we're assuming that they have like another player to set up their own 2v1s. How do I prevent them from intervening and taking any of us out?
If the fight that is a 2v1 is going on for long enough that that player is not just insta-deleted, and the opposing player has time to get in, it's probably time to abandon ship pretty soon. Because that means that the one player has managed to stall you guys out, which means that they are in an advantageous position. Because, like, they shouldn't be able to survive in a situation where 2 people are shooting at them. If they are surviving in that situation, that means that their position is better than yours. And as soon as 1 new player is added to that equation and the numbers advantage is taken away from you guys, they probably actually have an advantage in that fight at that point, unless the 1 player is like severely damaged and is just 1 shot and needs to run. So
The speed of it, basically.
basically, yeah. You need to either get that player down pretty quick or recognize, oh, this isn't working. Let's disengage while we still have the opportunity to and look for a better chance.
Okay.
But also, collecting information ahead of time will help you make this decision better, because you will know where the other players are, and you'll know how soon they're going to have help, and you'll be able to just kind of have this, like, working idea in your head of, I have this long alone with this player. As soon as I am not alone with them anymore, we need to leave.
Right. Okay. And then when is an appropriate time for a flank?
Flanks work when your team can push the players that you're flanking from a different angle. A flank is just an elaborate pincer movement. It's the exact same kind of teamwork we were just talking about, but orchestrated by you going well out of your way to be in position ahead of time for it. So the same principles apply, that you want to be shooting at someone who's shooting at your teammate. If they're not shooting at your teammate and they can all just turn around and splat you, you're basically putting yourself in a 1v3, and X-rank level players will just snap a 180, and 2 players will be doing DPS to you before you're able to splat anybody, and you go down for that. So a flank is often not even really, like, coming up behind them, like outside of their field of view. A lot of the time it's more just you're coming from the side. Rarely more than even like 135 degrees off. Because otherwise, like, obviously you'd have a better fight if you were 180 degrees behind them, and anytime you have that opportunity, take it. But getting 180 degrees behind them usually means you're moving so far out of line with the rest of your team that you're spending more time on it than is worth it. You'll get more benefit from executing that play faster from a less extreme angle than you will from spending an extra 5 seconds risking your teammates going down while you set this play up, and getting a more guaranteed flank.
Okay, that makes sense.
But in general, a really good time to set up a flank or a shark or something like that is a situation where you score a wipe and you're in that position we were talking about today where it's like sprint forward, get space.
Yeah.
Because what you can do there is, you know that your teammate is going to be coming up from one direction, so you can kind of anticipate, where is the enemy team going to meet my team? Like, in what positions are they going to be able to defend from? And you can be in a position that's at an off angle from those positions and force them to focus on you before they can focus on your teammates.
All right, then. I think that's everything.
Awesome. And if you ever have any questions, I mean, you know me.
Yeah, fair enough.
You're always able to just, DM me on Discord. And that goes for, anybody else who, gets a VOD review from me and has anything after the fact that they want to ask. I've seen the question a number of times in chat, and I do apologize for not addressing them earlier. But if you want a VOD review like this, all you have to do is get into our community Discord server. So that can be found here. That can also be found here with all of the other links. So to my Twitter, to my TikTok, YouTube, Patreon, Twitch. There are other things that I'm forgetting. All of those places are there at that link. And all you have to do is get into the Discord server and send me a DM. And I will let you know when the soonest is that I can have people on for the show. We can fit up to 2 in a given week, and we do this every Tuesday from usually 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific time, or 6 to 8 Eastern. Today was much, much later, as a result of some work that I had to do prior. So it's a little bit different today. But everyone is welcome, any skill level. I don't care if you're unranked. I don't care if you're better than me at the game. I'll still give you my honest opinion, and you can do with that what you will. So thank you so much to Phia. It is always, I'm always grateful that people are willing to listen to me criticize them online in front of a bunch of people who are watching. That takes bravery, that takes courage, and a lot of humility. And I think that all of that is very positive for learning how to play the game better and learning just about anything you want to learn. So thank you, Phia. And thank you to everybody else for watching. I'm going to go and spend a little bit of time going back through and finding if there were any questions for me to answer. Because I was, working with Phia before, but now I'm freed up to answer some of those questions. So I'll spend just a little bit longer on answering those questions and making sure that people are attended to in chat. But then we are going to send you guys off on a raid. So...
And thank you, Jem, for the VOD review. It was really helpful, and I think I learned a lot about frontline positioning.
Absolutely. Thank you, Phia. So Artemisia asks, how do you get the Squid Kids role? I've been missing a little bit of the streams because I don't get paint. That is a voluntary React role that you grab by going into, I believe it is miscellaneous roles? No, it's Pick Your Games, I think. It's Pick Your Games. Pick Your Games is the channel where all of the reaction roles are tied to roles that will be pinged for that game. And if you pick Splatoon, then that gives you the Squid Kids role. Any tips for dualies? I tend to struggle getting into my range safely. So I'm assuming we're talking about frontline dualies here. Because like Dually Squelchers plays a lot differently and has a lot of range, so that's usually not the issue. But let's say Splat Dualies or Tetras. Those dualies are frontline weapons, and so many of the same things that I talked about in Phia's VOD review here today are exactly what you need to do. And they're a little bit more extreme, because with a splatter shot, you're never really committed to your movement as much as you ever are on a dualies dodge roll. Once you dualies dodge roll, either they are getting splatted or you are, is basically the way that you need to think about that. So you use your, your cover, you use your paint, you slowly work your way into a position where you can go in, take a good engagement, you shark if you need to, but once you dodge roll, it's go time. It's somebody is going down right now, and it's not going to be me. That's how that's going to work. Is playing the 96 maybe make me a bad player? Nah, that 96 is a fine main weapon. It may well be outclassed. We may find at top-level play that people are going for different options when they try to pick an InkVac weapon. But that's not a bad weapon. InkVac is a usable special. Joining stream to say your Squid School series has helped me immensely improve at the game. Thank you so much. Thank you for showing up to say so. Appreciate it. How do we share our replays with you? Again, if you want to get a VOD review, just DM me on Discord and we'll talk about it there. What mic do I use? This is the HyperX Quadcast. I got it because we were sponsored from a company that I worked for a while back. Trying to friend streamers. May I get your friend code? I generally only give out my friend code if I am right about to play with someone, and that is to keep my friend list clear enough that I can add new people when I need to. Otherwise, it gets clogged up really fast. And oftentimes with people that I never end up actually playing with. So next time that we are playing together, maybe on a community night, or maybe if you get a VOD review or something, then we'll make sure that you have it. But for now, I generally am not going to just give that out, because then I'll just end up with 45 friend requests, and I can only accept 5. Okay. Do you have any good recommendations for a new player trying to learn the Slayer role? Splattershot, 52 gal. Those are Blaster. Trying to think if there's anything else right now that is meta that a vast majority of people are playing competitively. Those are probably the main ones. Those are the ones that you're seeing at top level right now. So you can't really go wrong with any 3 of those choices. Blaster, you might want to like learn another. You might want to learn a shooter in like a more paint-intensive mode. Like Splat Zones is less of a blaster kind of deal. Like your team comp is going to need to paint a lot for you if you're trying to run a blaster, and it really depends heavily on you getting picks to be able to keep the team moving forward. But I mean, that's what the blaster's all about anyway, so it can still work. Wanted to say thank you. I've recently started using motion controls. I'm already getting around 9 splat averages with the Splash Shot Pro and the Glue Doolies. I owe it to you. Oh, thank you. And I mean, don't give yourself some credit too. You know, you're doing the work. What's your favorite special? Inkjet, but it's bad, and I am sad. If you used Reef Slider, does that mean you Reef Slid? I would agree. Love to see a Splatoon 3 movement guide. So, Splatoon 3 movement is exactly the same as the Splatoon 2 movement video that I made, plus Squid Roll. Is basically it. Like, yes, there's some situational opportunities to Squid Surge. And I'm still experimenting with new ways to use that. But for the most part, it's do all of these things and also Squid Roll sometimes. So I have a video called Strafing Movement, that's the movement that Splatoon 2 doesn't teach you, or something like that, on YouTube. Go watch that. 98% of it's still completely applicable to this game. Accidentally pressed my right stick and Reef Slid into the water. Yep, that happens. I don't have the Discord. Can I give you a match? I just did. I want to be in a DM about that specifically, because there are other considerations besides just here's the match. I need to know what date you want. I need to know like if there's anything additional you want to tell me about regarding your goals, anything you want help with. I want to be able to ask your pronouns. Like there's some additional conversation that needs to happen over that DM. So please definitely pop into the Discord and DM me from there. How do you know what a good video is for a VOD review? Most of them are going to be pretty good. There's usually a lot that we can learn from any individual one. Usually, it's as long as it wasn't like an immediate KO, as long as it didn't just like end instantly, it was probably pretty good. And bonus points if you can avoid situations where like the team comp is very weird and unusual. Not something you're used to dealing with, where you had to play your weapon differently, that sort of thing. Otherwise, there's probably a lot you can learn from just about anything besides those 2 caveats. I'm backed up about 45 minutes in. Quick opinion on Splatana. Splatana Wiper needs a buff. Splatana Stamper might be okay. Returning player from the first Splatoon and have found your educational content. Why did it suddenly scroll right as I was reading something? Returning player from the first Splatoon and found your educational content extremely helpful. Keep up. Thank you. Appreciate it, John. Okay. That should be enough that I'm through everything from the VOD review. Okay. How exactly do I Squid Surge? Squid Surge is a new piece of movement tech I can show you in Splatoon 3. You sit on a wall like this, and then you press and hold the B button. And you see the squid is charging up power. And during this time, you can move very, very slowly up and down the wall for whatever reason you might want to do that. But when you release the B button, you will leap up over the top of the wall. Like so. And that whole glowing section, you have the same kind of armor that you have while you squid roll. That is to say, you basically have ink armor from Splatoon 2, where you can tank 30 damage before anything is going to start hurting you. So it's a nice way to pop up over a ledge to start doing damage that makes staying on the wall here a little bit less disadvantageous than it used to be. Can we see your locker? Sure. Do you agree that the vacuum special is the worst special in the game? Absolutely not. I think it is probably... So it is playable. It's not top tier meta, but having it on your weapon is not a liability to that weapon either. If you build your comp around being able to push with the vac, you can fit it into a comp. But the major things that you need... Here, let's just go through this in terms of weapons and sort by special. So, on a team, you probably need a Trizuka at top level. Then you want some kind of either missiles or booyah. And then Tri-Strike would also fit in with those three. You probably want 2 of the 3 or some combination. And then the next one is kind of up to you. That's where you would put your Tacticooler. That's where you would put something like a Killer Whale or an Ink Vac. You could run something with Wave Breaker. You could run something with Crab Tank. If something has Reef Slider, you know, there's like a discretionary slot. It's like discretionary calories in your diet. Maybe a big bubbler if you're playing Tower or something. That's kind of what the current thinking is in Western Splatoon. That definitely like 2 of the displacement specials, the displacement specials being missiles, booyah, and tri-strike. You definitely want a Trizuka so that you can take out backliners because chargers are really powerful right now. And then one of the following after that is probably the ideal special loadout. But VAC is definitely playable. It can be really massively powerful on certain choke points. It's just a little bit more situational, and the weapons that have it right now are not the first weapons you would want on the front lines. Oh, right, locker. So here is the front of the locker. Just got a couple sunken scrolls put in. And then here's the inside of the locker. That's how it's decked out. Played Splatoon 1 and was in higher ranks. I'm struggling hard with Splatoon 3, to be honest. Yeah, there is a lot that has changed. Splatoon 1... in Splatoon 1, you could pop a special in 1v3. It was just possible to kind of do that. In Splatoon 2, they really drastically changed the way that specials are used. They made specials considerably weaker and made it so that they required the rest of the team to follow up in order to get benefit from them. So you can't just like go out on a solo flank and get picks with Kraken. You really need like, okay, are we ready with armor? Are we ready with missiles? Okay, missiles first. Cool. That pushes them back. Now we get into their zone and we pop armor, and now we're ready to fight them, and now we fight them together. And that sort of coordination was something that's really developed in a massive way during Splatoon 2's lifespan. So now in Splatoon 3, there are definitely still remnants of that, and like the displacement specials are a big holdover from the final metas of Splatoon 2, where missiles and booyah especially were really powerful. Ray has always been powerful in Splatoon 2, but now that it's gone, that puts an extra emphasis on things like Tri-Strike missiles, booyah bomb. We're finding that, by the way, that missiles are not nerfed so significantly that they're any different than they were. People are still going to play to spam missiles. That's exactly what the Flingza should be doing right now. That's exactly what the Reflex should be doing right now, is just missile spam. But once it gets on a shooter, that's when we're really going to see it become a problem, I think. The throws 3 little ink balls that don't even one-shot or even two-shot. Tri-Strike definitely one-shots, if that's what you're talking about. Or unless we're talking about Trizuka. So, this one right here, that's a one-shot. Now, if you hit the indirect damage like that, it does 40. but that's not what you're aiming for. So that's a very powerful special. That's Trizuka. That is one of the most important tactics for countering backline weapons in the meta right now. And then the other one, the Three Little Balls, makes me think that you're talking about Tri-Strike, which is also one of the most powerful specials in the game right now. It's just a little bit complicated because people are having trouble figuring out how to aim it quickly. It's a little bit more aim-intensive than the Booyah Bomb was. So people are more used to using that. But, like, that, it'll say it does 100. Oh, whoops, I took too long. One sec. I need to paint back up and show what damage this actually does. Because I was tricked at first into thinking it only did 100. And I was like, wow, that's actually not that much damage. But it does a lot more than that. It's just the hit that kills, it only does 25 damage per. But that did 250. And that did 250. And then there was a little bit of extra damage that I don't know where it came from. They do 25 times 10. So unless you get out of there in a few frames, you know, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but unless you get out of there really quick, you are going to take well over lethal damage, and it will shred through any kind of like Squid Surge or Squid Roll armor. Do you think it is a good idea for the match to end in a draw when someone disconnects? So it doesn't necessarily. It only ends in a draw if someone disconnects early in the game. If it is late in the game, then it absolutely must not end the game, because then people will leave recognizing that the game is probably a loss and take the disconnect over taking the loss itself. So that's got to be not okay. But I think it's actually good. It's going to feel worse, especially since the connection is really bad right now and they need to fix it. But I think it's better because it doesn't force you to play a 3v4 out and like waste your time doing so. Because like it's just going to end up being counted as a draw in all likelihood anyway. And while I will miss the opportunity to play the 3v4 out and potentially get a win out of it, that sort of situation can still happen. And most of the time that you were going to get a win out of a 3v4, it was because you already had lead and just had to hold it, not because you had to get an entire new push to get that lead. And thanks for the subscription, by the way, Dizzy Dorothy. I missed that. So I think it's better this way. Oh, and yeah, that is an important piece of wall tech for squid rolls. This squid roll off the back of a wall is insanely game-changingly good. Like, a blaster player can drop off the back of the wall, and without ever exposing themselves over the top of the wall, hit shots over the wall really far back. Sloshers will be really good with this too. And this is also, like, this right here is the most vulnerable position you can possibly be in Splatoon 2. Your camera is turned away from anyone who's going to be shooting you. You cannot possibly stop there from being these, like, bubbles in the ink unless you're consistently dropping down. Like, you are a sitting duck from here, and in order to hit anything, you have to spin around, figure out where someone is, and hit a 180 shot immediately. That's so hard. But if you just jump out like this, now they have to adjust to what you're doing. So this is so good. This thing off a wall is extremely important, and people need to be learning how to use this. People need to be experimenting with this in games, using it as much as they possibly can to get used to it. This is insane. Understanding the maps and unbalanced rank is messing me up a lot. Give it some time. You'll definitely be able to play in a rank that's closer to where you should be soon. Thanks for the follow. I like bacon too. Watched your video and a lot of other videos on how to get out of S+. Unfortunately, I was never able to do to before Splat 3 came out. Did I just not put enough time into it? What was the play? It's really hard for me to say, frankly. Just putting more time into the game is not necessarily the way to get better. While, yes, top players will put a crap ton of time into the game, it is thoughtful time they're putting into the game. I know people who have, 4,000 more hours in Splatoon 2 than me that I could beat in tournaments. And it's because I'm when I play, I'm playing thoughtfully. I'm playing to learn and not just like getting reps. Getting reps doesn't do anything for you. Your brain is not like a muscle in that way. You need to be engaging your brain and not just practicing your bad habits. Because there are players who have gotten to top 500 in under 2,000 hours. Like, it's really variable, and it depends entirely on the quality of the practice. If you want more specific feedback, I kind of have to see like how you're playing. Because I can definitely, you know, have a VOD review for you like I had for Phia today and start telling you about how you individually can be doing better. But I'd need to see kind of what is going wrong in your games first. Good weapons I should learn as a Slayer. I've already answered that one. That's going to be Splatter Shot 52 and Blaster right now. Couldn't Killer Whale work similar to tents made to move people around? Tent isn't for moving people. It's for, like, engaging people. It's for, like, forcing people to look at you, basically. As far as displacement, it's not going to do that much because it moves too slowly and it doesn't have a kill threat unless it's right next to you. But it's something that you'll have to deal with eventually, and you know about that, and that's in the back of your mind, and that causes problems. Where'd you get the football? It was just from a mystery box that I got from the general store. Does anyone know everyone is getting the teddy bear headgear? That, I believe, is the secret final level of the story mode. I just got a triple and nobody wanted to paint zone. Should I have tried painting zone instead? Yes. Objective is first priority. If you see that nobody is attending to it, attend to it. Played against a vac that would camp a choke point. Definitely something to consider as a support push weapon alongside Bubbler. Yeah, like there are certain choke points that it just completely shuts down. Like vac is stupid on museum clam blitz. If you get into their basket and you get a vac past the basket, they just can't defend for the duration of the special, and it's so frustrating. Found your channel the other day. It's been such a big help. I've been trying to get into competitive. Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying so. And let me know if you ever have any questions. Wonder if they'll add a new weapon since they've already added Splatoon and Tri-Stringer. Yeah, hard to say. Some awkward hook setups for weapons people have in their lockers. Yeah, it'd be nice if they just had it on a rack so that you could put it in your locker easily. It's weird having to line it up the way they did. Gem, what's your skincare routine? Your skin is like glass. Is the green screen acting up again? Oh, God. Part of my skincare routine is that I'm pretty sure my webcam actually has a feature in it where it does some, like, facial blemish removal or stuff like that. Because, like, there have been times where I have had a noticeable pimple on my face that just does not show up, and the camera must be editing it out. What shooter has the fastest time to kill? Sploosh. Definitely Sploosh. As long as it is anywhere close to what it was in previous games. Pretty sure it's that. In terms of the weapons that people are more likely to play, you're probably talking Splattershot and 52, which I think are actually equal. I think they're both 18 frames. But Splattershot has to hit 3 shots, so it's less consistent. I mean, I guess the 52 is probably going to miss one of those shots anyway, so who knows. But it has a splash wall, so it doesn't have to worry as much about it. Does playing with other players help me improve a lot more than solo queue? Yes, because coordination is something that's important, especially in a tournament setting. You're going to be on a voice call with people that you're playing against. With people that you're playing with, not against. And being able to use those comms to your best ability to give information and get information that you need to use to make decisions faster, that's something you're never going to learn from solo queue. Solo queue is best for practicing your mechanics and for getting experience against a wide range of different weapon matchups. But in terms of how you're actually going to coordinate a push, solo queue plays completely differently. You need to learn a completely different skill set to be able to play off what your anonymous teammates are doing and communicate with them in a way that will actually get them to do what you want. If I'm correct, if I want a VOD review, I DM you about it, any details I should include. DM me on Discord, and the main things are just like, when are you available to do that? But also there might be some other questions. Another thing to talk about is if you have a way to record it yourself, or if I need to help you with that. Do you do VODs for casuals, by the way? If anyone, literally anyone. If you want to get better at this game, I will help coach you in a VOD review. I don't care how good you are. You could have literally never played a single game of Splatoon and send me the very first game you ever play, and I will help you with that. Or you could be a top 500 player and send me a VOD of you playing in a coordinated setting at top level, and I will still give you the best advice that I possibly can. Will that be good advice compared to what you would get from someone who is at top level? I don't know. But if you're interested in getting another perspective, I'm happy to hear you out. And I've already done that for Juan, aka Nerf NZAP, someone from Super P, who sent me a VOD of a match they played against Starburst. Literally like number 1 and maybe like number 3 or 4 in North America. And I did that on stream, and I'm happy to do that for anybody. So I don't care who you are. If you are interested in learning and improving, if you have, you know, the humility to ask somebody else for help, I am happy to be that person. Best tips for support, drills, or practice. I want to be a Sploosh main since I was a Neo Sploosh in Splat 2. So aim is the big drill you're going to be doing. That is a very aim-intensive weapon. You get a lot out of your aim on that weapon, but it is accurate. If you are missing shots, the game will make you miss the shots. It's not like an arrow spray where you can just aim in their general direction and like some of the shots will eventually get there. The splash needs to hit all of its shots. So aim drills are going to be really important, but in terms of like how to support better, you're talking about a macro understanding of the game, not like a muscle memory micro kind of understanding. So learn how to frontline for sure, so that you can do this kinds of things I was talking to Phia about. But that is kind of what you're going to want to be thinking about. And I think Splash is a little bit less of a support than you might think it is. It had a supportive special in Splatoon 2 as well, and still ended up being one of the premier Slayers. And I feel like it could end up in that position as well in this game, especially if Crab Tank is ever strong in the meta. What are some good abilities for Bamboo now that MPU is gone? I use Thermalink to know. I did not play Bamboo at a competitive level, and I would default to what you're finding on Sendu. So look for the first, highest ranking Bamboo build that does not include MPU, and see what else they're running. Even look at MPU builds and see what things they're putting on besides the MPU. That's kind of the direction I'd be thinking about. I can't imagine that swim speed is going to be a problem. If it's ink hungry, I'd go for that. I don't think it's that ink hungry. Special charge might be good if you have a special you want to farm for it. So those are my ideas, but I would need to kind of look into it. Is Splat Roller a viable weapon if played well? Just picked it up and have had pretty good results on tower. It is better than it has been. And if you want to one-trick rollers, you can get pretty far doing that. You probably won't get to top level doing that right now in the current state of the game. But, like, you can be better than I am and be a roller main. For sure. I don't like that in Anarchy Open, solo queue players can face teams that are coordinating with each other. Anarchy Open is meant to be a less serious game mode. Anarchy Open is a mode that is specifically designed not to impact your rank that much, and it is something that is sorely needed in Splatoon. In Splatoon 2, you had Turf War, you had League, which requires you to have other players playing with you. And the only solo mode that lets you play ranked is the one that determines your, global rank. So there was no way to play a ranked mode in a way that let you learn a new weapon and not have to worry about losing ranked points until now, until there's Anarchy Open. And even if you just want to play your main weapon, but you want to be a little bit more chill and still be able to play ranked modes, there was no way to do that. you had to either decide you were going to risk your rank points for it or just not play. FLC talks about that an awful lot because FLC was an Australian player, and he ended up having to play against a lot of top-level Japanese teams because of the time zones that he was playing in. So his option was either Turf War, a very casual, friendly mode, which was not interesting to him strategically, or he had to play in 2600 level lobbies with some of the best players on Earth. And there was no in-between for him. Now there's an in-between, and that is really, really, really good. And I like that. Is this Q&A? It's Q&A at this point, yeah. My plan was like catch up with chat to the point where I'd answered everyone's questions and then end. And I'm still not catching up with chat. But I mean, I'm happy to do Q&A. It's been an interesting couple of days because everyone seems to be really good in Turf War and in Ranked. I think it's because of all the new players, but I hope this will pass soon. Yes, so what happened was when you ported over your Splatoon 2 file into this game, it didn't matter if you were X rank, it didn't matter if you were top 500, they put you in B-. Everyone who had Splatoon 2 save data past C rank just got put in B- all at the same time. So you were in B- with the best players on Earth, and it was not fair. It was very silly. The best strategy for ranking up fast is probably just wait until the top players sort themselves out of the lower ranks and then start playing again. Do not take your initial experience with ranked as the way that it's going to be forever. Like, don't just play ranked on day one and be like, oh, this is too hard. These players are already so good. I'm not going to be able to compete. A week from now, it will be so much easier for you. And then you will really be able to see kind of where you actually belong ranked-wise. So don't fret if you're losing a lot of games right now. If you feel like you're getting massively outplayed, it will get better, I promise. Do independent clauses always need a coordinating conjunction to connect to a dependent clause? It should never be a coordinating conjunction that connects to a dependent clause. A dependent clause needs either a subordinating conjunction or a relative pronoun. And I think that's it. So that is never the way that you want it to be. Do you know of anyone who prefers to play handheld mode? I did have a teammate who did for a while. The issue with handheld mode is that you can't have a LAN adapter, and that was the reason they eventually switched. But they were cracked. Like, that was Cookie from the Grillers. Like, Cookie is mechanically strong enough, I think, to get, like, Div 2. He's very, very fast and very good at the game. So I don't think that holds a player back to any degree. Would learning how to play any role or position be beneficial to be flexible? Or should I focus on something specific? I'm currently not a part of a team, but maybe at some point I'll be a part of one. It depends on how you want to play. There is an argument for both, but I personally think that like flexing is better for learning the game, but hard focusing on a position is better for starting to win at the game. Like, flex to learn what the roles play like and how to play around them and how to counter them if you play a different role. But once you really start playing for a competitive team, once you really start going for it, focus on learning one role really, really well. And that's what's going to make you more valuable to a team. Sorry if you already answered this, but what do you think of Doolies as class in 3? Better, still has some problems, but Tetras are viable. Dually Sculptures are really strong, especially if Wavebreaker ever breaks into the meta. I think they're mostly just held back by their kits right now, and if they had better kits, they would be competing with the shooters. Do you have any tips for Splatana? Splatana Wiper, there's a part of me that wants to say switch weapons. I don't think it's good right now. But to be more serious, you want to use your mobility. Here, let me show you real quick. Your movement while shooting with this weapon is actually pretty remarkable. You're like being able to move this far while shooting. Like, you can kite someone back really hard with this. If you've got like a splatter shot that's like at about this range and they're hitting you, and you start backing up, you're already out of the range in like 1 or 2 shots. So this is a pretty significant ability to have. The problem is that it's on a 4-shot weapon with a much, much slower fire rate than any shooter. The damage on this thing is just criminally low. Your fastest kill time is either something like this, or if you can get close enough to get the one shot, there's that, I guess, but that shouldn't happen most of the time. Or there was another thing that I'm forgetting. Oh, right, if you get a torpedo roll and you're able to close to melee range, or shoot, not like that. Torpedo roll plus melee range light attack also splats. So that's your fastest kill time, probably, is this plus this. But that's extremely unreliable because you need to get the melee hitbox of this to get the 45. If you don't, you're doing 90. Or 35 if you miss the torpedo every time like I do. Oh my god. Why did that cancel out? You do this. See, that only does 90. So that's not enough. This weapon simply needs more DPS, I think, to be viable in its current state. It doesn't need that much more, and it's decent for chip damage, I guess. But if your only thing that you're getting out of a weapon is chip damage, why not get a weapon that has lethal damage and can attack at, like, the same range? Like, this weapon splats slower with this than the CDS, like the dually squelchers do. This weapon, which has a remarkably slow kill time and depends heavily on its ability to kite back, which it does better than the Splatana wiper, by the way, by doing jump tech. Like, I just see it as a weak version of the custom dually squelchers, because the custom dually squelchers is more mobile than it is, has longer range than it has, and also, on top of all of that, it does faster damage, which is crazy. So that's my take on the Splatana wiper. Splatana stamper, it could be good, but nobody knows how to use this thing yet, frankly. It's got some really good combos. So, like, the charge slash is ridiculously long range and combos with a burst bomb indirect, which is what I hit there. That wasn't a direct. The direct, it does 60. It combos with an indirect, so you don't even need to be that accurate. You just need to splash that somewhere near them, and you got it. So that's insane. It can also combo with your Zipcaster. Well, okay. Sometimes it can combo with your Zipcaster. It can combo with its own light attack as well. So you hit this, and that will splat. And the range on this is really significant. Like, this is just the light attack. And this is hitting from, like, past custom dually squelchers range. I keep saying custom. I don't know why I say custom. So, there's a lot of potential in all of those damage combos. People just don't know exactly how they want to use that yet. And Zipcaster is holding it back massively, because Zipcaster is not a top-tier special at all. It's going to have some uses. It's not going to be, like, just a liability. But it's so situational when you want to use it, because it's just going to get sniped out of the air half the time by a good charger player. So, gotta be careful with that. What do you mean when you say top level? What qualifies as top level? People who are capable of winning Splatoon tournaments, which a significant number of competitive players attend. So, like, Splatoon majors, like Genesis, like the Nintendo events, the teams that are winning specifically those tournaments, the most prestigious tournaments, the tournaments with the most at stake, those are top-level teams. Right now, we're talking, like, Starburst, FT Win, or whatever conglomerate of those people ends up occurring. Super P, Jackpot, and any of the teams that can take games off of those teams. Those are what I would consider top teams. There are a bunch of top players in Japan as well. But those teams are, like, always... they're always pickups, so it's kind of hard to, like, give a name, because the name is going to be different next time. But, and anyone who's top 500 is close enough that they're probably going to have a pretty good opinion on the subject. Although, sometimes people will just intentionally, like, get top 500 with a specifically weird strat or something like that. So, looking at, like, what got top 500 doesn't necessarily mean that it's viable at a top level of coordinated competitive play. But it's the closest that you're going to get to an approximation of top level in just solo queue. Hopefully that answers that question. What has been your favorite weapon to play so far? Blaster. I love Blaster. Blaster feels so good right now. Can you explain and show what Splatoon is? I'm thinking of buying it. Well, it's this Woomy game where you play as a squid who can turn into a kid. And when you're a kid, you have a weapon. And when you're a squid, you can swim through the ink that you paint with that weapon. And it's a shooter. So while, yes, you are doing the whole paint, swim to move faster, paint again, swim to move faster again thing, you're using that in order to splat, not kill. This is Nintendo-friendly game. Your opponents. And so it's pretty aim-intensive. It uses motion controls. Uses the gyro aim on the controller better than I think any other shooter ever has. If I'm wrong about that, correct me, but literally the next best thing, I think, is Red Steel on the Wii. And that was an awful experience objectively, but it was a lot of fun anyway, and actually had some technique to it. I guess the Conduit was a little bit cleaner. Conduit wasn't bad, but, like, I don't know many other shooters that have used gyro aim successfully. It's in Fortnite, but it has such low sensitivity settings that, like, it's useless, pretty much. In this game, it is almost keyboard and mouse level speed. It's really, really sick. And it's also got really cool movement options because of the ink mechanics. Okay. What do you think the general positioning ranked-wise is for pro players? X. High S+. In this game, it's hard to tell exactly how far people are going to want to grind, because what might happen is people get as far as they need to in Anarchy Series in order to unlock X battles, and then they never spend any time in Anarchy Series and spend all other time in X battles from that point forward. That might be what happens. Or Anarchy Series might end up being the premier competitive mode, and X battles end up being sillier for some reason. I don't know. It's hard to say because we don't have access to X battles yet, and almost nobody is actually in S+10 or whatever yet, so hard to say. How should I play Blaster? Would I play in the same positions as a shot? Kind of, sort of. So you're pushing forward at the same rate of speed as a shot, but the way you have to push up is different. You're not pushing up to paint like the shot is, to put paint in between you and the opponent and then using that paint. You're painting forward to get into a position where your blaster can hit them and they can't hit you. You want to hit up over ledges. You want to hit up through things. You want to hit around corners. That's where your weapon is strongest. So low ground is actually really good for a blaster because you can hit up over ledges and they can't hit you down over them as easily. But the way that I was teaching Phia to, like, push forward at that rate of speed, that is kind of the pace that a blaster plays at. I think the story is bad and multiplayer is good. I'm less a fan of the story, but I mean, I won't say the story is bad. It's some interesting puzzles. I don't think it's made for me. I think it's made for a younger player. I'm thinking of buying Splatoon, but I'm not too sure what it is. Can you kind of explain? I think I got that question already. Trying to get better past casually playing, never used motion controls, can't aim at all. Doesn't seem intuitive. I can't tell if they just won't work for me or if it's a bigger adjustment than I thought. It is a bigger adjustment than you thought. It is a massive adjustment. It is a way that you have never played a video game before in your life. So, like, a lot of players have, like, played video games since they were 5, right? So they know how to move around. They know how to aim with the right stick. And then you put this thing in your hands, and they tilt the controller a little bit, and it moves. And they go, oh, crap. I am out of my element. And they get scared, and they stop. Deal with it for 2 weeks. Just suffer for 2 weeks, and I promise you, you will never want to go back. Like, you will realize that you are aiming faster than people and beating people who are using sticks at that point, and you will hit, like, some sick snapshot like that and be like, oh my god, that was so cool. Like, you just can't do that fast on sticks. I have max sensitivity sticks. This is as fast as I can move. This is as fast as I can move on motion. Right? This is just night and day from this. you'll never want to go back. It's too much better. It's too much cooler. It's too much more fun. Welcome, Miner. I think my question got missed. Hopefully I got to it eventually. Feel free to ask again, because I am starting to catch back up. Sorry, getting into your channel to get out of B rank. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad it's helping you. How is Brella shaping up for this game? I made it in Splatoon 2 and it feels better with Squid Roll, but I've been playing more casual. I don't know how accurate the experience is. So Brella is getting absolutely destroyed by the game's netcode. Splatoon 3 online is legitimately worse than Splatoon 2's was. People are disconnecting more. There is more latency. And it's a massive problem right now. And they have acknowledged that it's at least a problem in Salmon Run, and they're taking measures to fix it at least there, and hopefully that will provide fixes that result in improvements in the multiplayer experience as well. Or, sorry, I should say PvP, because Salmon Run is multiplayer. But it's really bad right now, and the problem with Brella's online was always that you get shot through your shield, because the shots registered on their screen, because on their screen it didn't register that your Brella was up yet, even though on your screen it was. And so you just end up like, great, this weapon didn't work. My weapon is literally, like, dysfunctional right now. It is not doing what it is intended to do, and I can't use it. And that's happening to Brellas across the board right now. So that is kind of sad. The Splat Brella is not looking great right now. It's got kind of inconsistent damage. And the Undercover Brella is possibly the worst weapon in the entire game. It has no kit synergy. It was like the worst kit in Splatoon 2, and it's only slightly better now that it has Reef Slider, which still doesn't synergize with its kit, so it still doesn't want it. Tentabrella is probably the way to go if you're a Brella main right now. It's not a bad idea to learn Splat Brella, because it does have a decent special. But the Slosher is a much better Tri-Strike user right now. So that's my take on it at the moment. What would you do if your controller doesn't support motion? If you are trying to put a significant number of hours into this game and develop as a player, you want to get a controller that has motion. If you don't, I mean, there are definitely competitive players who play on sticks, not a lot of them, and they tend not to perform at top level, but there are a few of them. And there are some people who make it to X rank that way. But maybe just put a motion controller on your Christmas list, you know? It is the way to play this game, in my opinion. And it's valid, you know, if you get like motion sickness from playing with it. It's valid if you just don't like playing it that way and don't care and you've given it a fair try. But man, it feels like being a mom and trying to convince a kid to try new food. It's like, I know you're not gonna like it at first, but like give it some time because it will enrich your life in Splatoon to try and play with motions and really get better with them. I just think it is one of the most beautiful aspects of the game, and that it's a shame that other people don't get to experience the fun that I have had with them. One of the first educational content creators I've seen. In your motion video, you mentioned prediction. I played Splatoon 2 with backline weapons, but I want to improve more to prediction tips. The best way mechanically to just practice muscle memory-wise is to work with the moving targets here. But in terms of like predicting where your opponents are going, that's going to take in-game experience. That's going to take... I have played 1,000 games, and in like 500 of those games, the player went this way. And so I am, without even thinking about it, anticipating that they're about to go this way. That's the sort of like experience that helps you start making predictions. You can make those predictions faster if you think about the game more cognitively. If you VOD review and go, okay, so I knew that player was going that way because of X, Y, and Z reason. And you start internalizing that and start recognizing that pattern, and then that's going to make it happen faster. But at the end of the day, you kind of need to play the game. And you need to develop that muscle memory by practicing with the moving targets. And you need to get games in against human players to understand how they think and how they're going to move in response to what you do. What are things I should look for when managing neutral state as a Slayer? Been into Splatoon for like a year and I'm S right now and would like to improve and become high level. So in neutral, you need to be very patient as a Slayer, because as soon as you engage, you're committed. And if you engage and don't end up winning that engagement, now your team is down one. Now you've personally, individually put your team at a disadvantage and let the opposing team push. So you go in when there is an opportunity and not a instant earlier. But you also want to do things like painting so that you have space to move in, space to escape from if you need to retreat. You want to do things like sharking, denying the opposing team vision of you so that they don't know that you're there until you engage, and that can get you a lot of advantages. It really depends on the situations, and it's kind of hard to just say in the general case. But number 1 priority, don't die. Number 2 priority, paint for special. Number 3 priority is like get kills, try to start something. That's the order in which you want to be doing things. I'll put it again, says Bear. Oh, that was the question that they asked. So, cool. I didn't realize that was Bear's question I was answering. How do I work with chargers in splat zones and clan blitz? I feel like I can work it in every mode apart from them. Chargers are very dependent on hitting shots and getting picks. If you're not doing that or not closing down sight lines, you're not going to have an impact, frankly. You need to at least be threatening enough, at least be able to hit your shots in such a way that it forces the opposing team to play differently. Because at top level, chargers actually don't get that many picks. At top level, it's the zoning pressure that you get out of a charger and not necessarily the picks themselves, because players just aren't going to peek when they know that the charger's up. But very, very, very aim-intensive weapon. You need to be able to hit your shots pretty darn consistently. But if you do, you put your team at a numbers advantage, and numbers advantages are always helpful. Tips for dueling main trying to get started in comp, have no idea where to start, and B+, know how to shoot, but I don't know how to improve as far as situational awareness and where to go. I have videos on that. The How to Get Out of Ranked series is where I would start. Those are all for Splatoon 2, but 98% of what I say applies to Splatoon 3. It's not that different. That's a series of YouTube videos on my channel, and I would recommend that you check those out. I think the link is actually on Twitch. But you're on YouTube, so you can just find my YouTube channel straight from there. How to Get Out of Ranked series. There's a whole playlist of them. Watch those through. Come back with questions after you've kind of processed those sorts of ideas. Is there anything you think needs a nerf right now? Yes. Tacticooler needs a nerf. And then a sloshing machine needs a nerf. 52 could probably use one. A lot of the changes are kind of map design dependent, because I don't like that, like, Tri-Strike is so necessary right now because there's so many open sight lines and so many choke points. But, like, that's a map design problem, not a weapon problem. Hi, BuzzyCo. Tips for Luna as a mid-level comper. I personally have trouble understanding what Luna's niche is, where you would want to play it over a vanilla blaster. But Zipcaster isn't bad with it, and it's nice that it has a bomb. Basically, you're trying to look for positions where you can hit up over ledges. You really need a team that's going to paint for you and is going to support your pushes, because Luna is just really, really bad at painting, and the team needs to be putting down the paint for it and securing its space so that it can get up and slay the way that it wants to. Ability chunks, what are some that folks misunderstand and others that are completely worth seeking out? Misunderstand. I mean, Intensify Action is one that people are having trouble wrapping their heads around right now. But basically just think of it as, unless you're really, really dependent on squid rolls and squid surges, which is like nobody, you're using it to reduce jump RNG. So if your weapon, when you jump, your aim blooms out like that. See how the 4 lines around my reticle are increasing in size? That shows that the shot is possible. It can possibly move randomly anywhere within those 4 lines. On the ground, this weapon is perfect accuracy. In the air, not so much. So in the air, I need intensify action to get that aim RNG down. So chargers, no reason ever to use it, I don't think. Splash, I don't see why anyone would ever want to use it. Because those are perfect accuracy weapons all the time. But blaster, it's necessary. How to kill with arrow spray? You don't. Plain and simple, the weapon is holding you back from getting kills, if that is what you're trying to play that weapon for. Like, I will show you the aim spread on the arrow spray. It is just unacceptable. Oh, I don't have the arrow spray. I need to go into... Okay. I would need to go test it in Sheldon Shop. But the arrow spray is not a slaying weapon. The main weapon is best used as a support because it paints so much. The problem is it has a Slayer's special. So it doesn't even have anything worth painting for. The arrow spray is one of the worst weapons in the game. I wouldn't put it worse than the undercover umbrella, but it just does not have a kit that it wants. So, like, look, my effective weapon range is like 2 lines, which is already shorter than most short-range shooters are, but that's not really its effective range. Look at how many shots are missing. I'm holding this completely still. And you need to hit 5 shots like this. It is not a Slayer's weapon. If you're gonna play it and try to slay, you might as well be playing the Sploosh-O-Matic, because it takes fewer shots to kill and also does more damage. Well, that's the same thing. It takes fewer shots to kill. It's a little bit more accurate. Like, it's not gonna bloom out quite that far. At least not that fast. And it's a little bit shorter range, but at the range you have to get close to them to hit them with an arrow spray, you're already basically in punching distance anyway. You might as well just use the punching them weapon, which is the Sploosh. The Sploosh also has a kit that synergizes with it. It has Curling Bomb, which lets it move really fast to get into obnoxious positions quicker. And it has Hammer, which is a short-range slaying option that can also be chucked at someone. And that's all this weapon is trying to do, get picks. So this weapon is just, I think, better than the arrow spray if you're trying to slay. Like, it does the job that you're trying to do with the arrow spray better than the arrow spray can. And with this weapon, you're playing like a rat. You're playing to try and hide around places. You're trying to shark like a Luna Blaster would. You're trying to run around in circles and use, you know, corners against people. Like, someone comes around this corner, pop, you delete them immediately because you have insanely high DPS. Like, look at how much DPS this does. That's so fast. That's faster than any other weapon in the game. So, that's my take on the arrow spray. Once arrow spray comes out with a supportive kit, now you can think about it as a support weapon. I think right now it's really bad. Okay, I really enjoyed the sloshing machine. Got any tips for that? Sloshing machine's busted. Sloshing machine is a top 3 weapon in the game right now. Sloshing machine, you play pretty slowly, and you just sit in a choke point and clog it the heck up. You throw fizzy bombs. You use your combo with your fizzy bomb with your main weapon. And then if you ever get in trouble, you just booyah bomb and plug the choke point even harder. It is so hard to push against a machine. It's just really, really difficult to get in against one. So you're looking to kite the frontline players and just keep painting the way. He will never catch up. That's what you think. How have missiles been impacting high-level play right now? Not as much because they're not on such great main weapons. The best one's probably Flingza right now. So if you want to like missile spam, you can run Flingza. Reflux is decent at missile spamming, but it's not decent at fighting so much as the Flingza was. So that's usually the one that people are going for if they're going to try and play that. But I haven't seen a lot of high-level play that includes Flingza, so it's hard to judge where it's going to be. Have you talked about Tri-Stringers yet? it's kind of like a combination of a rapid blaster and an explosher. You're playing not so much for instant kills, you're playing for chip damage that your teammates can follow up with. And the nice thing is that you can hit people up over ledges and stuff with the exploding arrows. So that's what you're aiming for. I'm not convinced that it's great right now, but people are starting to come around and saying, no, wait, that is actually a good weapon. So I'll believe it when I see it. What's your favorite dually? Tetras. Close second, dually squelchers. Any tips for someone who consistently dies often or trades with other players? What's probably happening is that you're taking disadvantageous fights. And what's probably happening is that's causing you to take disadvantageous fights is that you're not collecting enough information before you start the fight. You want to take a fight against someone who is going to lose against you, not someone who's going to trade with you. So holding forward, giving your position away, not using enough cover, those are all things that will cause that to happen. And I talked about that to a significant degree in Phia's VOD review earlier today. How would you nerf the sloshing machine? Good question. Because I think its kit is what's busting it right now. If you're going to make it fair with the kit that it currently has, I don't know, nerf Fizzy Bomb? I don't know what you can do. It's just a combination of three things that are very solid by themselves, but you put them all together and it's just unfair. Too many hitboxes. Too big of hitboxes. What main abilities would you suggest for a Flingza main? I don't actually know what people were running on it. But what I would do is I would go to sendu.inc/builds and look up what people were running it on Splatoon 2. And then all you really have to do is consider whether Intensify Action is going to matter. And I don't think it is. I don't think you would run it on that weapon. Thank you for putting out educational content. Of course. I'm happy to. It's fun for me. It really is. Prefer controlling turf with Aerospray. Exactly. That is the idea. You want to be playing a supportive role. You want to be taking turf, at most poking at people with fizzy bombs, and Reef Slider, I don't know when you ever use that and it's safe, frankly. You should probably just get shot every time that you try to use Reef Slider as an Aerospray. Yeah, Sploosh is a disproportionately good Rainmaker weapon because it can pop it so quickly, and also because it's so important to be able to move fast, and the Sploosh is one of the fastest weapons in the game. What's going on in here? Well, we were doing a VOD review, but then it started to become Q&A, and I haven't caught up with chat yet, so I haven't been able to end the stream. What's your top 3 weapons? Sloshing Machine, Splatter Shot, 52. Maybe swap 52 and Charger. I'm not sure about that. Charger is very strong right now, though. It is meta defining at the moment. Yeah, I'd probably actually swap Charger. So Charger, Splatter Shots, and Sloshing Machine are probably my 3. What's your favorite food? Pasta. How's the Bloblobber supposed to play? Missed it when it came out in Splatoon 2. Right now, it's hurting a lot. Its kit is terrible for it. Way too passive. So the Bloblobber plays to deny space. You cannot get very consistent kills at long range, but what you can do is prevent someone from standing on that ground because they're going to have to dodge the blobs, and the blobs go very, very far, and the blobs do very consistent damage. So over time, you can work someone into a corner so that a teammate can go and finish them off. Or what you can also do is control very narrow corridors and get bounce shots. Bounce shots are great because you have 2 opportunities to hit the opponent instead of 1. So take advantage of putting as many blobs in the corridors as you possibly can. But right now, Blob is painfully weak because of its kit. Its kit is not helping it, and it seems like the main weapon might have gotten nerfed. Been an L3 H3 main since the start of Splatoon 2, but in this game, their kits feel pretty underwhelming. What are some good alternatives to those weapons currently? At the moment, I'm having a lot of success with the Squeezer. Well, H3 has Tactical, all right? NZAP. NZAP has always been an alternative to H3. And an alternative kind of to L3, because they're all like kind of paint supports. So that was the first thing that I would think. L3, what does it have as its special? I actually don't know. I'd have to check Sheldon's shop. Meantime, how does damage work against objects and the Rainmaker barrier? Are the damage numbers 1-to-1? No. But they are similar. There will be multipliers, and it's just dependent on each weapon, and we need to find data miners to figure it out. Curling Bob Crab Tank. So that's basically the vanilla L3 kit, which was never used in competitive play outside of Turf War, believe it or not, in Splatoon 2. Because the idea in Turf War was you wanted the weapon to paint really well, to be able to operate independently and like not get picked randomly. And so it would just run off into some corner of the map and paint, and as soon as someone got close to it, it would pop baller and run away. And that was how that was played. That's about all you're going to do with this in Splatoon 3, probably, because this is probably the weakest kit in terms of ranked modes here. Oh, you could also make the sloshing machine more ink hungry. Like, that's a way that you can do it. That'll also be painful for the sloshing machine players. It just got too strong of a kit, so something has got to suffer for it. Nerfing Booyah Bomb actually might be a way to go about it. That's not the worst idea. Is Fizzy Bomb good? Depends on what weapons it's on, but most of the time, yes. It's very good for controlling space, for forcing someone out of an area that you don't want them to be in. Tips on how to use Squeezer. Squeezer is a sharking weapon, believe it or not. What Squeezer does is it sits and sharks at a very long range where it can like see just over a ledge or something. And as soon as someone pokes up their head over the top of that ledge, the Squeezer deletes them with its long range shots. You need to be able to tap shot with it. It is a very mechanically intensive weapon. It is very difficult to learn. Let me find it. Here it is. So in case you're a true beginner to Squeezer, you have two firing modes. The first one is if you just hold the trigger down and you get this short range rapid fire thing. But you'll notice that first shot is going way further than all of the other ones. If you tap repeatedly, all of your shots fire at that range. And it's pretty accurate. And it's a 3-shot instead of being, I think it's a 4-shot. Yeah, it's a 4-shot otherwise. But it's a 3-shot from this range. And it's longer range. So you gotta learn to mash. And also aim while mashing. Which is hard. Really, really hard. A lot of people don't pick the weapon up just because doing this is really hard, and also hurts their hands if they do it for too long. Make sure that you're getting your wrist stretches in if you're going to play this weapon. But what you do is you just kind of shark around over here, and you're like, oh, there's someone up there. Bye. And it's almost a splatter shot's kill time. Squeezers are very, very dangerous if played well, but it's very hard to play them well. What came first, the kid or the squid? Probably the kid, because that's the default. You have to press ZL to squid. Although, evolutionarily speaking, it's actually confirmed in a sunken scroll that it was the squid first. So I don't know. Hard to say. Am I right to assume that bamboo gets the most use out of whale by using it for chip damage to secure the one-taps? That would make a lot of sense to me. The bamboo functions as a main weapon, I've got to go feed my cat. Bamboo functions as a brick wall that your frontliners run into and die to. And so if someone's trying to push the bamboo, they pop a killer whale. They have to run in a certain direction. You pre-fire the direction that they have to run in. How am I able to record my gameplay, and what do you think about the normal bucket? Normal bucket is one of the strongest weapons in the game right now. It's close in utility to the sloshing machine. I'd say it's definitely a top 10 weapon for sure. Very, very viable. And how do I record my gameplay? So if you have a capture card, you can spend $150 and get this piece of hardware that will record very, very nice quality in a download that you can send over the computer. That's the ideal situation, but if you don't have the money for that, recording it on a phone is actually better than recording with the replay system in game, because I get to see what was on your screen at the time. I get to see your camera angle. I get to see what you were looking at on the map. I get to get all that information about what information you were collecting. And so that's going to be better for VOD reviewing yourself. But the replay system in game is better than it has ever been before, which is not to say that it's still fantastic, but at least it's there. So that is the next best way after that. All of your replays get saved for a certain amount of time. You have to send a replay code to someone, which you find by going into your computer, that's like where you get stuff from, that computer. Go to that terminal, and that is where you will find the option for replay codes. I'll be right back. I've got to feed my cat. Okay, should I be using multiple weapons or would it be good to stick to my main? I personally like sticking to a main for a while to learn the game, but if you're gonna use other weapons, it's to learn so that you can use your main weapon better. Don't flex to too many different weapons because then you'll spread yourself too thin and you won't be as good at any one of those individual weapons. So if you want to play NZAP, play your main the most. If you want to learn, like, okay, this weapon is giving me a lot of trouble, play that weapon so that you can learn its weaknesses and how it plays and what it's looking for. And then you can learn to play around that better as the NZAP. Never played a Splatoon game. At launch, will there be more kits added? Yes. How would you adjust if you're playing a more backline weapon, but the rest of your team is playing super passive? You're going to take more aggressive angles. You don't want to take more aggressive positions because that puts you at a disadvantage, but take more aggressive angles, take flanks. Like, Hydras can absolutely flank in certain situations. And sometimes they have to, especially if the other backliner on their team is taking the position they want to be in. Do you think the Splashmatic is viable? It's not looking great right now, but Crab Tank definitely has a lot of potential. I personally liked it a lot for Splat Zones because of the rapid fire mode being able to cap zone pretty well. But in coordinated settings, it's not looking as good. I need good drills to learn dualies. The most important thing is to be able to get your aim down, which what you want to do is set yourself up so that when you dodge roll, by the time the roll is finished, you already have your aim on. With Tetras, you actually need it on earlier. Tetras are extremely aim intensive. So all of the same aim drills that are going to work for a shooter are going to work for dualies, but with dualies, you have the added piece that you need to train to know how far your roll is going to go, and hence how your angle is going to change relative to where you're rolling. Like, if you roll to the side, to the left, now you're aiming too far to the left if your aim was on target before. So you need to know, where does my aim need to be now so that it will be on the target when the shots actually start coming out. Someone type out the URL for whatever that site is. Oh, sendu.inc. SENDOU.INK. If we keep sending messages, he can never end stream. Oh man, I'm falling further behind now. People are sleeping on L3. I mean, if Crab Tank ends up being as good for painting as we think it might be, like, there could be a niche for zones or something. Yep, the squeezer, because you squeeze it and then the ink comes out. Struggling with slow and heavy weapons, what can I do to get better with them? Your positioning is really important because you need to have prior knowledge of someone who's pushing you. Otherwise, as soon as a frontline weapon gets on top of you, you lose. So you need to take positions where you have full knowledge of anybody who could possibly get close to you before they get close to you. High ground, further back from the rest of your team. But being slow and heavy is inherently a disadvantage on those weapons, to be clear. Cat's like, yo, dog, you gotta chill on the Q&A. Pay attention to me. Splatana Stamper thoughts? Could be viable, has a lot of promising pieces, but nobody has put them together yet because it's very new. What weapons can I consider as anchor weapons? Tri-Stringer is... I guess... Tri-Stringer is the shortest range weapon that I would consider an anchor. And it has more like skirmisher tendencies in some cases. But I would say any of the chargers, except for like Bamboo and Squiffer and Gootuber, those are a little bit shorter range. Those play more like midline weapons. So really it's just Splat Charger and E-Leader now that I think about it. Heavy Splatling, Hydra Splatling, Jet Squelcher, and Tri-Stringer is probably the next closest. I don't think I'm missing it. Rapid Blaster Pro has some anchor tendencies. It's more of like an anti-anchor weapon, but it's going to take kind of similar ideas. Tips for a 96 gal main, shoot good, and make sure you know when to use the ink fac. Support your teammates. With midline weapons, the idea is that you can be further forward than a backline weapon can, but you still have to be scared of their backline. So what you're trying to do with your range is wait for your teammates to start a fight and then finish it and like deal chip damage that will allow them to win it most consistently. And then if you ever get jumped on, you've got your ink fac. Can be a good support, yes, because your ink fac is probably the most important part of that kit. You need to be having beneficial ink facs for your team in order to be able to have an impact on that weapon. Thanks for the follow, Iggy MTG. How do you get Splattershot Hero Replica? I think you just get it by beating the story mode. Yeah, you just have to get to the final boss. You don't even have to beat all the levels or anything. Thanks for the stream. We'll look forward to hanging out and learning more often. Yeah, glad to have you. First Splatoon game, and your content has been a huge help on jump-starting my way in. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's kind of you to come in and say. Should I try and learn the bare minimum for all weapon types just so it's easier to flex and understand the weaknesses on the other team? I mean, play a couple of games with them at least. Just kind of understand. And, like, who knows? Maybe one of them is like, oh, wait, this is really fun. I want to play this, you know? Definitely try them all out. But you don't have to, like, play an extensive amount on any one of them. Because playing against them is often going to give you a lot of information and more pertinent information for you to know. It's just if you're having specific trouble against one, it might be helpful to play one of them for a while and try to figure out what its weaknesses are. Like, hey, if I get beaten by an NZAP as a squeezer and I have trouble as the NZAP beating the squeezer, what is this NZAP doing that I'm not? That sort of thing can help if you're playing the opposite weapon. Anyone have a link for the Discord? Looking for beefs down for Salmon Run? Here is the Squid School Discord server. And here are my links. So that includes the YouTube, the Twitter, the Discord, the Patreon if you want to support me. I am trying to do this full time. And any support that I get on Patreon is massively helpful, and I really appreciate it. Because it's just a question of whether the numbers go up high enough for me to be able to keep doing this. That's really what it boils down to. And I'd love to keep doing it, but you know, if there's not an audience for it, there's not an audience for it, and I'm not going to hold it against anyone. It's better, Sploosh or Splash-O-Matic? They do very different things, and it's hard to compare them apples to apples. They're both fine. They don't have a great niche in the current metagame, but they could definitely be good in later metas, depending on what is valued. Was the Kensa machine this good in Splatoon 2? It was better. Splashdown was holding... it's better now. Because Splashdown was holding it way back, and it was still meta for a while. So the fact that it now has the same kit and the same hitboxes and everything, but also a good special is busted. Thoughts on Ballpoint's place in the meta? The kit is awkward. If it gets a better kit, could absolutely be a part of it, but Chargers are just kind of too strong right now. We need map design that doesn't favor Chargers as much in order for Splatlings to have as good of a place. We are seeing some people experiment with Splatlings at top level, but I'm not convinced that they're going to stay that way. Is there a way to make Ink Mine viable? Put it on a backline weapon so that it can guard itself from flanks. I think Ink Brush is really interesting. Can't seem to get a handle on it. Do you have any advice, Sharkmore? Your job with the ink brush is to be a constant nuisance on a flank. Your job is to always be threatening to Shark and threatening to sneak up on them. But generally at top level, what's actually going to happen is you're going to threaten that flank to get them to look at you, but then run away with your brush down. And then get back into that position like, oh, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. No, I'm not. Ha 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 ha. You wasted your time. And you just kind of do that back and forth until your teammates can capitalize on it. I swapped to motion controls and understand the basics for it. Any tips? I do have a video on my drills that I do, if you want to check that out on YouTube. And I see that you're watching on YouTube, so you should be able to find it right there. It's one of the most recent videos I've posted. On dualies, I struggle dealing with slosher-type weapons. Any suggestions on getting in on them? That's the hard part. Those weapons are meta right now. Those are one of the problems that dualies face, that there are just a bunch of hitboxes spammed in your direction. You got to sneak up on them. That's really the only way. It's really hard to play around cover like you would against most other weapon classes because sloshers can hit up over the top of them. So you just kind of need to be stealthy. That's about your only option. Otherwise, you got to kind of avoid them and take fights against more vulnerable targets. If you're looking for salmon run stuff, there are groups dedicated specifically to that. Yeah, and Lumo Phoenix is very in touch with the high-level salmon run community. They would be a great person in my Discord to talk to. They're marked as a guest lecturer. They have that role in the Discord. And you also, in resources in my Discord server, you'll find a link to Inkopolis Crosswalk, which is a Discord server that gets you all of the other Discord servers in the competitive community. So you can go and find that there, and there is a specifically dedicated salmon run server, and there are probably more than one. Are you doing one-on-one coaching, and would you recommend it for a very new player, or better to wait a little bit longer getting the basics down? I can still teach you a lot, and it might boil down to, okay, you're losing this engagement because you need to practice your aim more. Here's how to practice your aim more. And that might be, part of it, but there are almost certainly decisions that you are not realizing you're making or making wrong, that I can point out that will give you benefits even before, your aim improves as much. Ouch, Jerry. Yeah, I was talking about how I don't think that Splatlings are super viable right now just because of Chargers. Hydra is in a better place than it has ever been, to be clear. It just has a better kit. And the Heavy isn't bad either. It, Wavebreaker synergizes decently well with it, and we saw it being played at high level. But Chargers are just super strong right now. And so if you're picking a Hydra, for example, I mean, if you want a backliner that has a Booyah Bomb, that's what you got. That's your option. So you try to make it work. But right now, the specials that are being prioritized are missiles, Booyah Bomb, Tri-Strike, especially Trizuka, and all of those are counters to slow-moving backline weapons. What exactly is a scrim? A scrim is a competitive practice, basically, where two teams will either form or be pre-formed. You can have a regular team that you play with all the time, or you can just get people together for one day. Both of those things happen. And you get together with your teammates in a voice call against another team of opponents who are also in a voice call to get competitive practice, the likes of which you're going to play in a tournament. But this way you get to just play whichever map modes you want. You get to play for as long as you want and get a lot of practice, and usually people are recording that for VOD reviews later so that they can learn and improve from those. If I wanted to sign up for coaching, would I just DM on Discord then? Absolutely. That's how you'll get a VOD review on stream every Tuesday. I tried to set up a Metafy so that I can open up more slots than just 2 every Tuesday, because while I want to do more coaching, it's also just it needs to be financially worth the time to do so in order for me to do more coaching than just the one time a week, because otherwise I really need to be focusing on getting content out there so that I can get the channel to be salient, so that I can get to the point where I'm making enough money to survive on before my savings run out. And so in the spirit of being able to make this work long term, any additional coaching outside of these hours probably needs to be something that somebody pays me for, because otherwise I just need to be focusing more on other things. That's unfortunately the way that it ends up. So I tried to, get onto Metafy, and Metafy is you need to have a certain amount of clout. You need to get people to vouch for you. You need to have a big enough social media following. And it's okay, well, if you're going to wall me out of that, I guess I might as well just take it to Venmo or something. So if you're interested in a time that's not on Tuesdays, feel free to reach out and we can set something up over Venmo, and just have that be a transaction between the two of us. I guess that works. But that's the state that's at right now. The reason I have the Metafy on my links is so that I can get those vouchers, and maybe eventually they do let me in. Because they have let in some players who I know of. They've let some Splatoon players in and stuff like that. So it's not like nobody's getting in. There's definitely an opportunity there. I just kind of need a little bit of a push, I think, and they'll be okay with it. Wish they gave all the Splatlings crazy run speed by default. It would be funny. It would be funny. It would probably not be fair. In Turf War, is it better to paint the base at match start or rush out immediately? That is a very good question. Map control is extremely important in Turf War. If you rush out into mid and get control of mid early and prevent your opponents from getting out onto the map, you now have maybe 60% of the map under control, while they only have 40% of the map under control. And yes, they have their side painted, and they probably have specials, but you probably still got special painting your way out there, and now you have them forced back, and your team can fill in the gaps on their way back in from spawn. So on your way back in from spawn, definitely paint, but don't just, like, spend an entire, like, 30 seconds or something making sure your spawn is completely meticulously painted. Because what that does is let the other team get into strong offensive positions and lock you out of getting out to the rest of the map and force you to make a special push just to get into mid again. How many vouchers does it take to get you to be certified? It doesn't say. It just says try to get as many as you can. And it doesn't say how many followers you should get. There are no hard limits. It's just kind of at their discretion, whenever they feel like it. So, the more the better, I guess, is the best I can say. And that again, if you're trying to go and vouch for me, is going to be here. I'm on Twitch now. Boo. That is actually one thing that you can do to support, even if like you can't give money or anything like that. Being on both Twitch and YouTube while you're watching the stream, you can just like mute one of them, but like that actually increases the numbers on both sides, and that's helpful. So that's a thing you can do if that's, you know, you want free ways to be able to help me out. And watching the videos and commenting on them and all that sort of stuff, you know. That is a system that exists. Yeah, it's very, like, it's exclusive. It's definitely exclusive, which is a little weird, but also, like, I kind of get it. They're trying to make sure that everybody who they hire as a coach is going to be, like, good and represent their brand well. So I see where it's coming from. It just doesn't feel as, like, friendly. It feels kind of, like, hostile to new coaches who are trying to get in, just because of the difficulty with that. So that's all there is. Used to work for Bravus Esports as a coach. Yeah, so Bravus was the company that I started doing these videos for. If you go back into the How to Get Out of Ranked videos, all of those are Bravus branded. That company ended up folding a few months ago, but they were kind and generous enough to give me the YouTube channel to do what I wanted with it. And I was like, if there has ever been a time in my life to try and go pro on YouTube, now is the time. So I have taken that channel and been doing daily uploads since like June 3rd or something like that, and been trying to grow it as much as I can. Splatoon 3 is obviously going to be huge for the channel. The numbers are already spiking way higher than they've ever been before. And it's exciting to see. It's just a question of how high will they go? Will they go high enough, fast enough to be able to support me in continuing to do this? Been learning using dualies so far as my main learn the game weapon, but while I'm still improving aim, would you suggest maybe just going to splatter shot? You'll be able, so it's valuable to learn splatter shot to learn reticle control. And this is a really good thought process that you're going through. Because, so, where is my weapon? There it is. So with the splatter shot, you get a single reticle while you're standing still. And this is better for doing aim drills like the thing where you try to keep the target in your reticle, because you don't have to like do a dodge roll to get into this mode. So this is a really good weapon to do aim warm-ups with, but it's not going to teach you everything you need to know to be able to aim on the dualies, because with the dualies, you need to also be able to compensate for your roll distance. So, and I'm not saying use dapples, I'm saying absolutely do not use dapples. But like, if I'm aiming here on this target, but then I roll, now I'm missing. I need to know, okay, when I roll from here, now my aim is going to be on. And learning that with time is only going to come from actually practicing on specifically the dualies that you want to play. And it's going to be different for every dualies too. So you're going to have to relearn that stuff every time you try to play a different kind of them. So definitely practice both, I would say. Oh, we got above 12 already? Holy moly. So it's been insane. The last 2 days, mind you, like, I'm at maybe like 10K followers. The last 2 days, I got 500 followers per day at like 1,100 total. Oh my god, wait, that was a huge Milana! Milana, thank you so much. Oh my god, 326 people. The whole chat is going to be full of auto bombs in a second here. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much. Everybody, if you are not following Milana, what are you doing, man? Milana is one of the top content creators we've got, first of all. They are an analyst for Nintendo events in Splatoon. They are one of the most positive, warm, friendly people that I know in the community. And they do everything that they possibly can to help shepherd in new players. So if you like my content, you should absolutely follow Milana as well. Highly, highly recommend them. And I'm not just saying that because they just rated me. I really do mean that. The positive mindset that they bring to competitive play is something that is sorely needed in any competitive title. And I value that over any sort of like educational, get better at the game content that you can find. And there's a raid from Popgun too. Oh my god, there are going to be so many woomies dabbing in the upper right corner of the screen. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate everyone bringing all of that in. No offense, but English is my least favorite subject. Yeah, no, none taken. It's not for everybody. But yeah, definitely follow Milana. Milana's teammate Barry, also from Element R, also definitely worth following. Both of them, you know, they work together on comms and they do all sorts of things, and are just generally a huge asset to the community right now. So absolutely give them some love too. And Popgun runs a podcast called The Popcast, which is one of the best source for competitive news in the community. I trust his perspective as like a reasonable, mature adult more than like most people on goings on. And only now does it finally catch up enough to show the Popgun rated. My goodness. That's how many new follows and everything have been happening. Thank you guys so much. But so Popgun was actually a player that's like came up at the same time that I was. We were rivals in Division 6 Ludi back in like the end of 2018, early 2019, I think it was. And he played for a team called Sploot Troops, which later split, and he joined Destiny Troops. But we played in tournament all the time, and we were good friends. And in fact, he ended up subbing for our team when we played at Genesis 7 in January of 2020. So I have slept in the same bed as that man before. He is a wonderful human being, and highly recommend that you follow their channel as well. It's a great way to get into the community because he gives a lot of information about what's happening behind the scenes with tournament organizers, with the ways that tournaments are run and formats. Those are, if you're interested in like how any of that works, that would be a great podcast to be paying attention to on a regular basis. Oh my goodness. The stream is surrounded still. We're still getting autobomb spam. We've got some... All of you guys are custom junior mains from Splatoon 2, aren't you? You're just here to throw autobombs and throw rain and then throw more autobombs. I love the lack of context behind that comment. We roomed together at Genesis. I thought that was clear. Well, I guess we only said that we teamed at Genesis. Jem knew what he was saying. Okay, fine. I knew what I was saying. What is this Twitch account about? So I should introduce myself because there are a bunch of new people who have not seen me before. I am Jem. I run Squid School, which is the name of this channel and this brand. I have content on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok that is very regular. And all of it is designed to help people become better kids and better squids. And by that I mean not just better at the game, but also to have a healthier mindset around the game, to help people learn better in general, so that they can not only learn this game better, but take those skills and apply them to real life. There's a running joke in a lot of my videos like, this is also dating advice. Because a lot of the things that I end up talking about end up just being kind of applicable to human relationships in general. They end up being applicable to however you apply yourself to anything. So there's a lot of educational content on there for how to get better at the game. But one of the first things I'm going to talk to you about is, okay, what's your mindset like going into this game? Because if you're on tilt, stop playing, you know? So that's kind of my niche, I guess, in the community. I teach people things. I was an English teacher, a professional English teacher for 3 years. I taught 10th, 8th, and 6th grade English. So learning how to put things in a way that people will understand, learning how to explain things well, has long been a part of my professional skill set. And so I think I do that a lot more efficiently than a lot of people do for teaching the game. I also have competitive level experience, not at top level, but I have a lot of coaches who have been top level, and I've played at the mid level. I'm banned from low ink for being too good at the game, you know, because that's how they do. And so I've got enough of a grounding that, you know, a pretty wide range of players have a lot to learn from my experience. So I try to share that in as effective a way as possible. And I think that YouTube and TikTok both provide very, very strong avenues for getting that information across. So, catching up on chat real quick. Found your channel on YouTube last week and it's already improved my position. Oh, thank you so much for saying that. It feels so good when someone comes back and tells me, hey, I appreciate what you did. Any recommendations for builds to improve? Builds are entirely weapon dependent. What is like intensify action, mandatory on blasters. Using it on a charger, you're throwing. No reason to use it whatsoever. Really depends on what weapon you're putting stuff on. There is a really good resource called sendu.inc/builds. I will put that in the chat really quickly right now. Top 500 players were posting all of their builds on Splatoon 2. And I trust that that will be updated for Splatoon 3 at some point. Right now, those builds are going to be completely in flux because nobody even has the time to build their gear yet. But looking at how something was built in Splatoon 2 can give you a lot of information about what to build on it in Splatoon 3 because it's not that much different. Seen your YouTube a bit before, so glad to discover you stream too. Yeah, welcome. Watch your YouTube video. Thank you. I watched the team building video. I recognize that. Yep, that was where that came from. No wonder you have such good diction. Thank you. Amazing YouTube content. Oh, thank you. That's so kind of you. I can't come from a fighting game background. Me too, actually. I played Melee. I've played Melee for half my life competitively. That was actually where I got my start. That was where I learned how to organize tournaments. That was how I got involved with Bravest Esports. So Melee is very near and dear to my heart, and there are a lot of things that I am inspired to do in Splatoon that come from Melee. An actual ex-teacher behind it. Yeah, I am. There's a reason why I branded it as Squid School. It's not just so I can give you guys detentions, although that is part of the fun. Any tips for Junior in Splat 3? Junior in Splat 3 is hurting with its kit right now. It had really good supportive specials in Splatoon 2. Big Bubbler is not really a support special per se. It's better used on aggressive weapons for creating space for them so that if you get close to it, you have to get really close to it. And that's exactly where a roller wants you to be, for example. So it's much better on those kinds of weapons. English is the only language I speak, but I speak it fluently, and I do generally enjoy studying meaning in that context. Cool. Is Swim or Ink a great start to competitive community? Swim or Ink? Oh, is that SOS? Is that what that's for? Swim or Sink? Yeah, so that's, I believe, an open tournament. So that will have some very strong teams in it, and there will be some matches where you get absolutely destroyed. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's important to get destroyed sometimes. Like, I would love to sit down with some of the top players in the world and just grind out games where I am getting my butt beat over and over, because I'm going to learn a lot from that. Anything that I do that is successful at all in that context, I know to keep doing. And anything that doesn't work, I realize, oh, that works against other players, but it does not work at this level. I need to think about why that is. I'm new here. Love your content. Thank you. I really appreciate that. How do I play Nozzle Nose now? Nozzle Nose is a very paint-oriented weapon. It paints a lot. It's not great for combat, especially with just a curling bomb. So you're trying to paint to get Crab Tank to make space for your team to paint some more, basically. That's kind of how that's going to go. What are some weapons you think a fixed Ultra Stamp could work on? I don't know how you fix that. I feel like Ultra Stamp is fundamentally problematic because you either make it so busted that it's not fun to play against, or it's just going to be terminally weak because it's melee range. You're literally just taking a hammer to a gunfight. Yes, you can yeet the thing, and I think that's actually the strategy that minis are using on this thing right now. I think what's happening is you farm for hammers so quickly that you just pop it, yeet it, and you've got like a sort of like discount tri-strike. And that's kind of how you play the weapon. That's how you play the special. You don't hammer with it at all. You just throw it and keep painting for more. Play Project M competitively. I love you. You are awesome. That everyone... Project M is one of the best Super Smash Bros. Games ever made. And it wasn't made by Nintendo. That community deserves so much better than they got. They deserved such better treatment from Nintendo. And I don't think I will ever end up being one of the like Nintendo brand representatives because I will always be very outspoken about that fact. Project M deserved better, and it's a beautiful title that everyone should check out if they like Super Smash Bros. Anyway, channel seems really interesting already. Any advice for Splat Dualies? Are we talking about the Dualie Squelchers? So the Dualies all play very differently. The Dapple Dualies don't function because they don't have enough range. But if they were to function, they would function because they're very fast and zippy. And if you get your aim on quickly, you can splat someone extremely quickly because they have high DPS. The Gluga Dualies play behind their wall. They play kind of like a 52 gal will, where it puts the wall out and then uses its range and contests people from positions where it cannot possibly be contested and uses its mid-range to get kills that way. The Splat Dualies and the Tetras are more aggressive dualies that play similar to a splatter shot, except they use their rolls to make players miss shots on them and just kind of stay on top of people and get the splats really quickly and try to push the pace of the game forward. The Dualie Squelchers are mid-ranged weapons that try to range you out because they can kite really well. There's some tech on the Dualie Squelchers that is kind of mandatory for playing them at a high level, and it's really difficult to learn, but it's insane and fun to use when you get the hang of it. So, Dualie Squelchers, you roll backwards, jump, and roll backwards and jump, and keep doing this until you like run out of ink and need to charge more. The reason you do that is because you're constantly moving. You're not frozen in place the way other Dualies are when they dodge roll. Because like if I just spam dodge roll, I'm like stuck here in place for a little bit. But if I dodge roll and then jump, and then dodge roll and then jump, I'm able to keep moving. And you'll notice that during some of the time that I'm airborne, instead of having double reticles like I usually am when I jump, where the shots alternate back and forth, have a really slow fire rate, are really inaccurate because of it, for part of the time that I'm airborne, the shots are actually single reticle. So that's called jump tech. That's really useful for the Dualie Squelchers. Hopefully that was enough of a crash course in the Dualies. Oh, also with Tetras, they're very, very, very aim intensive because if you have your aim on in the middle of a roll, shots will actually fire in the middle of the roll, unlike any other Dualies. Other Dualies finish the roll and then start firing, but those ones are firing mid-roll. So if you have your aim on the whole time, if you're that cracked, then you get extra benefit out of them and splat faster. Oh my god, I am so far back in chat now. Your list categorizing all the weapons into role made competitive splat make way more sense to me. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. All of those ideas, by the way, come from FLC. That's completely like not my analysis. If you want, in my Discord server, there's a resources section. I'll post the Discord server for the billionth time, and I'll just post the links for the billionth time while I'm at it. In the Discord server, there's a section called resources where I have a bunch of different links to useful things for how to learn the game. One of those is FLC's essay on how weapon rolls work. And that is mandatory reading for any competitive Splatoon player. Absolutely go and read that and get his perspective. FLC taught the West how to play Splatoon the way that Japan plays it. He is absolutely one of the foremost experts on the game in the world. He is someone that you should definitely, try to learn as much as you can from. Played on a college Overwatch team for a while, which that would definitely transfer. There's a lot of team coordination and special coordination that comes into it. Wait, do I have to write reports and essays about the Cephalamata? Not unless you want to. Some people do. How good do you think Zipcaster is? Not great. It's usable. It's not like immediately going to doom a very good main weapon sub-weapon combination, but it's definitely not what I would ever want if I got to choose. There are the weapons that it's on, I will say, are very good fits for it. They're about the best case scenario that it's going to have. Except for Stamper. Why did they put it on Stamper? That makes no sense. Enjoying getting destroyed. Sounds like a melee background for sure. Yep. I have played against Mewtwo King. I have played against Leffen. I have played against Axe and Taj and Tai and Wobbles extensively. I have played against MacD. I have played against Silly Kyle. I've played against Eddie Mexico. I've played against West Balls. I traveled a lot and played a lot of Melee. What is the problem with Zipcaster? Too vulnerable. Gets shot very quickly. And also doesn't last super long. So you can't exactly like stay there and continue to be a presence and play it safe. You need to like get in, get a pick, and get out and not die while you're doing it. It doesn't have any armor, so it's just like kind of charger food. It's really hard to like use and not get splatted for using. Discount Trizuka. Did I say Tri-Strike again? God dang it. I keep saying Tri-Strike when I mean Trizuka because they both start with Tri. There had to be 3 things in this game that start with Tri. There's the Tri-Slosher, the Trizuka, and the Tri-Strike, and I just keep getting them all mixed up with each other. But it was Splatoon 3, so I guess it had to be that way. May I ask for some advice for the first time Splatoon player trying to do ranked and specifically Rainmaker? I actually have a guide to Rainmaker, and it was made with Splatoon 2 in mind, but most of the principles just completely apply to Splatoon 3, even with all the changes. So while I definitely want to, do an update to that eventually, the current best thoughts that I have on the subject are well represented in the Rainmaker guide that I have on YouTube. Definitely check that out. I think I have the link to my YouTube channel on my Twitch FAQs now. So I would just go and check that and find it from there. Or you could just like check my links because I've been posting those. How do you go about the midsection battles during turf? Very carefully. Going down is the worst thing that you can possibly do. Better to stay alive and not force a fight than to force a fight and go down for nothing. What are your thoughts on table turf? Very, very fun. I'm a big fan. I'm probably not going to go like competitive in it or anything, but I totally understand people who will. It will happen. There will be people who show up to majors just to play table turf battles. And more power to them. It's a great game. When do you think Sendu will be updated for Splatoon 3? I don't know. That's up to Sendu. Sendu is a busy man. And in my mind, he's already done so much for the scene that he's not obligated to do anything more, and he would still be one of the best contributors to the scene that it's ever been. But I couldn't tell you. Dually Sculptures, yeah, those are the ones I use. Awesome, yeah. Dually Sculptures are sick. Dually Sculptures are so good in this game, and they're so fun. And they're technical, and they're tough to learn to use, but that's part of the fun of it. Like, because at early levels you get benefit out of having the extra range. Like what a lot of like lower level players do is they just kind of like walk and shoot like this because they have range, and they don't have to have their aim perfectly on. Some of the shots are still going to hit. So they have fun playing with it at a casual level because they get to do stuff like this. But then as they get better, they start learning how to roll with it. And they learn, oh, hey, I've got a better kill time when I do that. And then they learn, oh, there's this thing called jump tech. And they get to do this thing. And it's just like, it's such a cool learning curve. Like, that's a great weapon to start the game on. It's a lot of fun. Are you going for gear grub or fun? Gear. Gear is my team. Not just because it's Shiver's team, but also partly because it's Shiver's team. But also I think gear is the best choice in a survival context. That's really what you need in those situations, from what I've learned from watching Bear Grylls on TV. Dually Squelcher's tech is way easier in Splatoon 3. I don't feel like it's different at all. Some people have been saying it's easier and some people have been saying it's harder. I think it feels exactly the same as I remember it. What sensitivity did you use? I use max. Don't actually increase their fire rate post-roll. Okay, well, they increase their accuracy, which increases their DPS anyway, effectively speaking. Low sense or high sense, which is better? So there are people who disagree with me on this. Like Wadsum uses like 1.5 or something as sensitivity, which is remarkably low for me. But my take is that I think most weapons want max sense. I think most weapons, like if you're playing in task conditions, the best option is obviously to have maximum sensitivity. No question about it. The faster you can aim, the better. Now, at a certain point, stability might become a problem if you're trying to, keep your shots on, and maybe you end up getting more out of having a lower sensitivity. But I like being able to snap. I like being able to spin around and be able to do a 270 because I guessed the wrong direction they were shooting at me from, and I have to snap to it, and I have to hit these shots, and I don't have time to reset my aim. I like being able to just go all the way around without having to break my wrists. So the counterpoint to this is something like a charger doesn't need to snap because they're so far back that their range that they have to aim at, the angles that they have to aim at, are much shorter. So like from here, I don't have to move. This is a terrible example because you can't see the screen the same way. Let's use this. So with this E-liter, I don't have to change my aim by very much. I don't have to move this very far. And this little bit of jitter that you're getting here would not be happening on lower sense. So a lot of charger players actually do prefer low sense weapons, but I would not have as much fun with the game if I couldn't snap to things. And snapping is something that short range weapons have to do an awful lot. So you need to at least be able to do a little bit more than a 180 without breaking your wrists at all times, basically, because people will show up behind you and it will be your job to just snap around and delete them. Having started applying all my tips from today, I've been doing a lot better. Thank you so much for the coaching. Thank you, Phia. I appreciate that. Stop being so gosh darn thorough with every question you answer and you won't be here all night. Maybe I want to be here all night, huh? What did you think about that, huh? Maybe I want to. It's more that I got rated by 326 people earlier. Actually, more than that because Popgun added on after that. And I'm trying to get all the watch hours that I possibly can. I'm fiending for those watch hours. The watch hours, they give me life, very literally. How viable is Splat and Carbon Roller in a competitive setting? Less than it is casually, because in a competitive setting, the big thing that those rollers need to do is sneak up on you. They need to get in range to one-shot you, and they have better tools to do that now than they ever have before in the Zipcaster and the Big Bubbler. But they still get countered hard by a team that paints and calls out where people are. As soon as someone knows where the roller is really, really bad as a weapon. It's only good when you don't know where that roller is. And you're like, oh crap, where are they right now? That's when the roller is a powerful weapon. And it definitely sees some use, like it's been used in competitive play, but it's definitely not a top tier weapon. Intensify action for rollers, I see no reason ever to use it. Intensify action right now is a jump RNG reducer. If when you jump, let me get a weapon where this happens really clearly. So look at the 4 corners around my reticle. When I jump, you see how those are jumping out? Your RNG, the shot RNG, increases when you jump on a lot of weapons. So this weapon is perfectly accurate on the ground, but then in the air, there's a random chance that it just goes someplace else than where I'm aiming. And so if you need to reduce that, that's what Intensify Action is for. Rollers, they have massive hitboxes. If you miss, I mean, there's definitely some RNG involved with those things, because there are some holes in the ink sometimes, but if you miss, it's not something that Intensify Action is really going to help you with. How do you effectively play the Squeezer kit? Was an NZAP main in S2, and can't switch mindset. Squeezer is a sharking weapon. I've talked about this a little bit. It's a long-range sharking weapon. You sit, wait for someone to show up in a place where you have range on them, and you just take the 3 shots and splat them. And then you do a very similar thing with the Tri-Strike, actually. It synergizes kind of well with that weapon. Tri-Strike is a really important special in the meta right now, and you want to play around it heavily because it's the only counter to chargers that's really all that good, besides like maybe displacing them a little bit with a Booyah Bomb or something. What's the best weapon for beginners? Depends on what you want to do. If you want to play backline, then maybe like a heavy splatling. If you want to play midline, I mean, Dually Squelchers is actually a pretty good option. That's probably one that I would consider at least. And then frontline, Splattershot's a pretty good one to learn in the game with. Teach you how to use bombs, teach you how to aim your special, teach you all the basics of aiming the weapon. That's a pretty solid choice. But don't play the weapon that's like good for beginners. Play the weapon that you have fun playing, and then figure it out from there. Now, I will say there are some weapons that are not great in this game. There's some weapons that are just like low tier and will hold you back. But if you learn that weapon and you learn that weapon's playstyle, then you can say, okay, well, this weapon isn't working, and I've learned that it's bad competitively, but what's a weapon that's similar to that I can play instead? And that's where you want to go from there. Opinions on current Luna Blaster, mid-tier. Better than Splatoon 2, still not good. I'd prefer V-Blaster over it every time. Is Tacticooler good for team play? And you know, Tacticooler is busted. Tacticooler is a problem right now. Tacticooler is overpowered in a way that's very few weapons in Splatoon ever are. It's still not a displacement special, but what you do with Tacticooler is you launch a Booyah Bomb or missiles or something, and then you pop the cooler, and then you send your teammates in, and they can just feed, and it doesn't matter. They're just zombies. They're like the running zombies in every video game that are so hard to shoot because they go so fast. And then if you splat them, they just respawn instantly. So even if you manage to trade while you have the Tacticooler on, you have won your team an advantage because you spawn faster than they do. It's silly. Tacticooler is something that needs to be nerfed. Is 21 splats... 21 splats against who? 21 splats against Starburst? You're insane. 21 splats against C-rank players? Yeah, I could probably do that. There are a lot of people who could probably do that. Look at who your opponents are. Think about that. Don't worry yourself so much with the numbers until you have some context for those numbers. I would want to play Melee with you, but I would get rolled. I'll play Melee with anybody. Oh my god. I love that game so much. I have Slippy. Anybody wants to get on Slippy sometime, hit me up. Do you think Zipcaster would be good if it didn't super jump you back at the end of the special? I don't even know if that would make it better, because that would just leave you in the dangerous location that you have probably jumped yourself to. You'd have to like make sure to spend some of your time zipcasting getting yourself out. How do we submit a replay for you to review? If you want coaching from me, I do a stream every Tuesday. Usually it starts a lot earlier than it did today. It's from 3 to 5 Pacific or 6 to 8 Eastern. And all you have to do is get into my Discord server, which you can find from here among all my other links. And you will DM me that you want to have that VOD review, and we'll talk about scheduling it and all of the other considerations from there. It doesn't matter if you don't have any like a capture card. There are other ways around being able to record that, and we can make it work. Current Dapple Doolies, absolute trash. One of the worst weapons in the game. Too short range to do anything that is successful. Let's see. I'm making progress in the chat. You can probably get away with lower sensitivity for playing Joy-Cons, get better range of motion on a single wrist, I guess. How can you be more consistent? I don't know what it is that's inconsistent. Are you not consistent at hitting your shots? Are you not making consistently good decisions? There are different answers for different pieces of that. What was the thing in your Discord that you think we should read about how to play like... in resources, the resources channel of the Discord server, there is a section where it's talking about weapon roles. FLC's essay, Fluid Roles and Priorities in Splatoon 2. That is an essay that every competitive player should read. Tutorial videos helped a lot. Thank you. I'm glad that they've helped you. Wish we could subscribe here. So much effort in these answers. Yeah, there are YouTube memberships. That is a way that you can do something very similar to a Twitch subscription and still be supporting me in a very similar way. The reason I'm not affiliate on Twitch is that it prevents me from multi-streaming on YouTube. And YouTube, I feel, is where I'm making more money right now. So I think it's more worth it for me. If Twitch were to come up with a banker partner agreement or something, then I might switch back over. But for the time being, I think the smartest thing for me is to stay affiliate so that I can do the multi-streaming and get those watch hours on YouTube where they're going to be monetized more effectively. But YouTube memberships is, again, very similar to how Twitch subscriptions works. It's just a directly competing program. So if that's something that you want, then you can go and do that. Oh, yeah, so I'm choosing not to be affiliate. Affiliate only needs, like, 3 viewers average. That's... What am I at right now? There are 215 people watching me on Twitch, okay? I could be affiliate if I wanted to be affiliate. Holy crap, that is a lot of people. That's blowing my mind right now. Thank you guys so much. How do you stop giving into bloodlust? I'm usually too aggressive. So... That's a really good question because I have a pretty good answer to that. The answer is you need to collect more information. You need to know that the fight you are about to take is a good one. If you don't know that, then you shouldn't be taking it. So with every fight that you take, like even if you still have a problem thinking about that in the middle of a match, watch over a recording of yourself afterwards and think about every single time you died, what could you have done differently to prevent that death? And usually the answer is, I did not have information that there was a player there. And what you have to realize is, you should always know that the player is there before you take the fight. Like, top players literally have, like, a tracking on all of their teammates that are nearby them and every opponent in the game and where they're at that moment. They just kind of have that going on in their brain. So that they know when they push in, I am alone with this player. I am not going to get third-partied by someone. Any opinion on the stringers? I personally think they're remarkably weak, but there are people who are saying at a top level that the tri-stringer is actually stronger than we anticipated it being. I have yet to be convinced. I think that it's outclassed by, if you're trying to play it like a charger, then you should play charger. If you're trying to play it for the chip damage, you should play like Explo or Rapid Blaster. I don't think it's great yet, but again, there are people who disagree with me on that are better at the game than I am. They ruined my beloved Dynamo and I'm not coping with it. I'm sorry, Savik. I'm truly sorry. Savik is a really fun streamer. Primarily does Sonic Adventure 2 speedrunning. But I really enjoy tuning in, watching the stream, and seeing that silly game from my childhood get absolutely broken. What's your opinion on the Reflux? Reflux is a missile spammer in the current state. It's fine for that. It's not my choice for a missile spam weapon even. I would go with Flings instead. It's not great for getting splats because it doesn't have the residual damage after the fact that the Tri-Stringer has. And getting the consistent one-shot is just not realistic in most cases. Hero Shot Replica, one of the best weapons in the game, yes. It's the same as the Splatter Shot. What are your thoughts on Zipcaster? I have answered that question already. Very, very short answer. It's not good, but it's not awful so badly that it ruins a weapon all the time. Any tips for learning the game on Splatlings? Learn the positions to stand in that are good for it. There's a resource that Devi has been working on for suggested backline positions on maps. Currently, it's only fleshed out for Splatoon 2, but that resource is in my Discord server, and some of the maps do carry over. So if you wanted to go and take a look at that, it's in the Discord server under resources. It's Devi's like overhead backline positioning guide, I think is what it's called. And those are the positions she likes to take on her backline weapons. So I would recommend taking a look at that. If you're in solo queue, I can see why someone wouldn't find the cooler bad. In coordinating teams, it's a nightmare. Yeah, for sure. Brand new player to Splatoon even shooters. My issue is overall game plan. I feel pretty aimless, which is a little frustrating. How do I approach overall game plan? Is that docked by FLC kind of about that? Kind of. I have videos on YouTube, the How to Get Out of Ranked series, where I go into a lot of the basics on that. I think especially for game plan, you would want to watch the How to Get Out of S Plus video. It might be a little bit on the high level side. There's probably some information you're not necessarily collecting yet, and you might get more at a lower level out of some of the earlier ones, but S Plus is where I really nailed down, like, here is when you push, why you push, and how you push. Here is how you play offense, here's how you play defense. I also have some map mode guides that go into very, very specific ideas for different map modes. So for example, if you are having trouble on Inkblot Art Academy Clam Blitz, I have a Splatoon 2 video where I talk for 25 minutes about that game mode. So that should give you, plenty of ideas for how to approach it and how I think about the objective. Also, highly recommend a resource from FLC. IM_FLC. Here, I'm just going to post his Twitch in the chat real quick. There. Though he may be grumpy sometimes, he is one of the smartest Splatoon players in the Western scene. Highly recommend listening to him and thinking about what he says. And consider, obviously he's talking about top level gameplay and that won't be applicable to everybody, but he is at the bleeding edge of how these games work. He has some highlights on his Twitch channel, like literally the highlights section. So you go to like videos and then you click highlights, and then it's hard to find them because they're buried down so deep at this point because they're old. But Control F, the word fundamentals, just search the word fundamentals and you will find videos that are the textbook on how you play each individual ranked competitive game mode. And those videos are just so important for competitive players to watch. I think every competitive player should read his guide on weapon rolls, and every competitive player should watch his fundamentals guides. I think those are all really important. When staggering, is it better to sit at spawn and wait for team? Not necessarily at spawn, but definitely from safety. Because you need to be further back than you probably think in order to be safe. Scrolling back down. What do you think of Sloshers so far? Sloshers are extremely strong right now. Possibly the strongest they've ever been in any Splatoon game. Just because of the kits that they have and the way that they can shut down choke points and prevent short-range weapons from being able to push through them. What if I buy coaching and then just make us play melee instead? I mean, valid. I'm down. Let's run it. Replay codes must be a game changer for Splat coaches. Kind of. The one issue with replay codes is that they still do the same thing that they did in Splatoon 2 for the spectator mode, where they smooth the camera and prevent you from seeing map checks, both of which are extremely important So you need to be able to see exactly what was on that player's screen to know what information they had available and to know what decision they should have made based on that information. You can't expect that everyone just has a bird's eye view of the game at all times. So I need to, like, as a coach, look at what they were seeing and be able to tell, okay, here is, based on what I'm seeing here is what I would have done instead. As opposed to just, oh, well, you should have just known that there was a player sharking there. Like, that's silly. The problem with the spectator mode is that it changes the camera. So things that are on your screen in the spectator mode aren't necessarily on your screen when you were playing the game. And it also doesn't show when you check the map. And checking the map is an absolutely crucial part of this game. And I need to know that the person I'm coaching is checking the map to be able to see where it's safe to stand, what the state of the game is, where they should be targeting next. And that doesn't come through on the replays. So the replays are better than the alternative was in Splatoon 2 for coaching, but they are the last choice behind even taking a video of your TV screen with a phone camera. I will actually recommend that people do that over using a replay code to try and send me stuff for their VOD reviews. What do you think of Bloblobber? Bloblobber has a god-awful kit. And it's so sad what it does to that weapon. It's the worst parts of its kits from Splatoon 2 combined with each other. And Isaac, who is the top Bloblobber player in North America, has been complaining about it on Twitter ever since launch. It's truly sad. It really needs a better kit to be able to function. General principles you would advise for picking out gear abilities. It's all dependent on the weapon. My general principle that I actually usually suggest is look it up on Sendu. Sendu.inc/builds. I've posted that link a couple of times, and I think the resource is in my Discord server if you want to find it from there. Because top 500 players are posting those, and they're top 500 players who specialize in those weapons. So I will not be able to tell you what you should run on your Gloogadoolies, because I don't play the Gloogadoolies. But I can tell you where to find the top 500 player who plays Gloogadoolies' build. And that's really what I should be recommending to you for what to build. How viable are blasters looking as slayers? V-Blaster is one of the better weapons in the game right now. It is absolutely viable on like any team comp. It's so good, and I love that it is good again. Because Splatoon 2 really killed that weapon with the ink armor, with the aim RNG being just unchangeable. There were a lot of aspects in that game that made blasters much weaker than they could have been. How can I build muscle memories for substrafing and squid rolls? Aim drills before you play matches. Play for like 5 to 10 minutes in this training room. Well, not necessarily this one. Working on whatever tech it is that you want to start introducing into your game. And then force yourself to play it in Anarchy Open battles. Just go into a battle that doesn't really matter and spam it, even in situations where you don't think it's necessarily good. And eventually you will prune away the bad uses of it and only be using it for good reasons. Would you classify NZAP as a frontline? NZAP is a support weapon. NZAP is there to frontline after it has popped its special, which it has painted the map considerably in order to get. The NZAP is solid as a Slayer weapon. It's not the best, but it's really close to being as good as like a splatter shot. But the issue with it is that it provides so much value to the team with its special that it needs to stay alive before it tries to use that slaying capability. It should only be going in as it pops a Tacticooler. Wiper, Stamper? Stamper all the way. If I were to send a VOD, what would be the best kind when where I play a poorly, win, lose? One that is not an immediate knockout, and one that you were at least up against some kind of challenge, and one where you were not forced into a role you don't normally play, or where your team comp wasn't just god-awful. How do you unlock the hero shot? Story mode. Just beat the story mode. What controller do you use? Pro controller. First-party Nintendo controllers are always the way to go for Nintendo games. They will last longer. They will work better. They may be like a little bit more expensive, but you will spend more money replacing the third-party controller when it breaks than you will on replacing a pro controller maybe 3 years later after you've put 4,000 hours into it. How do you classify 96 Gal in the Meadow? Mid-tier. I'd say mid-tier. It's not the best vac user, which means it's very niche when you would want to use it. Because vac isn't like a must-have special already. And so if you want a vac, you'd probably want a charger first. And if not a charger, I mean, Tense, if there's no lag, would probably be a better choice as well. But 96 is an option for having it, and it might be useful in some cases. Thank you for the answer. I'll watch these streams after hanging out. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Videos have been super informative of a new player learning the game. Keep it up. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's always nice to hear. Search for fundamentals. Yes. Under highlights. How do you take on a Hydra with a high ground with no visible way to approach it? Specials. Specials and bombs. You do not contest it when it has charge. You do not try to move. You do not try to peek out of cover when it has charge. It deletes you. You throw a bomb at it so that it has to lose its charge, and then you move to the next piece of cover to get closer to it, and you work your way in on it slowly until either you have to contest its teammates, in which case you'd better have some cover in between the Hydra and you and them and those teammates, or you get to it and you actually get to pressure it out and maybe get a pick on it. It's probably not going to die, but you can definitely make it very irrelevant by throwing things at it. How long is the catalog and how do you see all of it? It's pretty long. I know it goes a lot of levels. I don't think anyone's hit the limit of it yet, as far as I know. Standard Switch Pro Controller, yes. That is the competitive standard. That is what most competitive players prefer. It's just because Bloblobber is annoying. I kind of like the Bloblobber. I think it's a really interesting type of weapon that's very unique. Are dualies good? Yes, short answer. Not all dualies, and they all play different roles. Don't play Dapples if you want to get far in competitive play. I just don't think that weapon's ever going to be viable. But dualie Squelchers are fire. Tetras are pretty darn good. Splat dualies are playable. So, Glugas are weird, and I don't know why you would want to play one over 52, but I mean, hey, do you? If you want that particular kit, go for it. It just doesn't have as much of a fire rate and doesn't paint as well. That's the big issue with the Gluga dualies. The fire rate is just really low. How much intensify action should I be running for the normal blaster? I've been sticking to 2 mains, but I don't actually know where it starts to taper off. I don't have enough gear built that I can really do a good test of that because I don't have the sub chunks. So I can only compare 1 main versus 2 mains, and I feel like I want more than 1 main. What does Tacticooler actually do? Okay, so when your team walks up to the Tacticooler and unsquids, they have to unsquid for like a frame. They get the buff, and while they have the buff, they have 57 ability points. Okay, so that's like, that is 3 mains and 9 subs, an entire gear set's worth of all of the ink efficiency buffs, all of the movement speed buffs, quick super jump, I believe specials, I think the specials are buffed as well, I can't remember. On top of that, if you get splatted, you have a 1 second respawn time, and all of that quick super jump is still there on you, so you can jump back into the match. And so splatting you only removes you from play for about 2 or 3 seconds instead of the usual, like, 12. So it makes it so that when you have the juice, your entire team can feed, and as long as they trade, they are 9 seconds ahead of the enemy team at getting back into mid, and you have won the fight for just going 1 for 1, just holding your face at them and pressing the ZR trigger. So Tacticooler makes it so that if you are able to engage on the enemy team, you will win that fight unless they also have Tacticooler. It's really, really dumb. Now, That said, at top level, what people will do is actually back up away as soon as they see the cooler buff and just not engage and not let them have that fight. The movement speed lets you get close enough to them that a lot of the time you can force the fight, but you still probably need some displacement specials at top level to be able to get in with it. So it's not as busted as it possibly could be, but it's still pretty bad. I'm running into a challenge. Communication errors. Yeah, Nintendo needs to fix that. The game is way too latent. It's unacceptable that it has a worse netcode than Splatoon 2 had. There's just no reason for that. Any advice on picking team comps? That is a very difficult question that top players are constantly trying and experimenting with to figure out the answer to. I would definitely recommend watching top players, watch Pro Chara, watch IMFLC, watch Kiver, watch Dude. Those are all pretty prolific content creators who are all trying to figure out the answer to that question. There are a whole bunch of others that I'm probably forgetting as well. Wadsum also. But like, watch those creators and look at what team comps they're building. Look at their teams. Look at how their teams are built. And think, why are they playing it that way? And ask questions like, why are you playing these particular weapons? Why these specials? Because that is, again, one of the most difficult and complex questions that you can ask in this game. Oh, right, I forgot. It also gives you Intensify Action. The Tacticooler deletes your aim RNG because having a full set of that gets rid of your jump RNG. Any extra jump RNG. It doesn't make your weapon perfectly accurate, but still. It's so much. It's so much. Incres. I forgot about Incres. Did the junior get more range? I don't think so. Was it a hacker or was it lag? Just want to say thanks for answering the dually question. Yeah, no problem. What would be a great practice in all the training ranges? I have a video on learning how to use motion aim. I would highly recommend just watching that because that's a much longer discussion than I am at liberty to have right now with this much of a backlog in chat. Oh, is the limit 100? Okay. The way you explain stuff is already really impressing me. You elaborate perfectly for my style. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Do you have any advice on how to deal with your wrist getting messed up? Wrist gets tingling? Ooh, yes. I have a bunch of like wrist exercises and warm-ups in the resources section of my Discord server. Definitely do those before you play and limit your playtime if it's starting to become a problem like that. Also consider the way you're holding your controller. Talking to someone who specifically is in ergonomics, like a doctor, would be good if you continue to have problems in that regard. Thoughts on Clash Blaster? Baller kit, like absolutely phenomenal kit. Terrible main weapon, and I will never feel like it should be played. Oh my god, there are so many people who have followed, and I just have not been able to talk to them about it, but I appreciate the heck out of all of you. Thank you so much. This is so huge for me. Advice for hand steadiness when turning your controller or flicking. Sometimes when I flick shot, screen shakes a bit when I try to stop. That is going to come with practice. That's just going to be a matter of do it slowly until you can do it perfectly every time, and only then do you ever speed it up. And again, I talk about that in my learning how to aim video, so I would recommend watching that. Having trouble ranking up out of B, it feels like the yeah, definitely you don't want to blame it on having worse teammates. So I have a video on how to get out of different ranked modes, and I bet you're probably in the category of one of those ranked modes. It's probably not B rank though, because B rank right now may consist of some X rank players who have not ranked their way up out of it yet. The way that they moved people's save data over from Splatoon 2 is very silly and annoying. They made it so that even the best players in the entire world were all B- at launch. The only thing that they changed was if you got out of C rank, they put you in B- and unlocked Anarchy battles for you. But they did nothing else to advance anybody out. So there are still top players who are still yet to get out into S+. And so if you wait a few days, I bet ranked will just be considerably easier because all of the higher level players will have worked their way out by that point. Is a graph online for intensify actions efficacy? Yeah. I don't know exactly what scalar quantity they can assign to that, but it'd be interesting to go and see. Oh, 57 AP. So someone was asking what AP means. In Splatoon, the way that gear works is a sub is worth 3/10 of a main. So let me open my gear up real quick. So right now I've got a, let's take a better example. Let's look at the shirt here. So I've got a main here of Intensify Action, and then a sub of Swim Speed, a sub of Special Power Up, and a sub of Quick Respawn on this shirt. The subs are worth 3/10 of the main version. So I'm getting 3/10 the swim speed from that swim speed sub as I would from a swim speed main, for example. So we take the kind of lowest common denominator there and say, okay, a sub is worth 3 ability points and a main is worth 10 ability points. So when we say 57 ability points, we mean every single main on your gear and every single sub on your gear, because the 3 mains add up to 30, and each piece of gear has 3 subs of 3, so that's 9 ability points of subs per piece. So you have 19 ability points per pieces of gear, and that all adds up to 57 AP. You get an entire gear set consisting exclusively of that thing, but also 57 AP of all of the other things from Tacticooler. Think you could talk about Range Blaster. Is it good to play? I seem to not be able to do well with them, but I love the playstyle. Range Blaster is a very, very positioning reliant weapon. You need to know where you're safe to stand. You cannot really force fights with it. You need your frontliners to go in, and then you need to support your frontliners from range. And that's when you're going to have an impact. It's especially hard in this game because it doesn't have the burst bomb at its feet like the Grim Range had. So it's a little bit worse than it used to be, but it's not bad. I'd still prefer V Blaster, though. Would I go about approaching a charger as a shooter in a similar manner to a splatling, if at all? I talk about that considerably in the VOD review that I did today for Phia. So I would definitely look into that. Basically, the answer is you're going to approach a longer ranged weapon than you in the same kind of way by jumping from cover to cover. The way that you have to move mechanically might be different, but that's kind of the idea. Catching up on chat. When is the best time to use specials? When you are at some kind of advantage so that you can snowball that advantage, get the entire team wiped, and be able to start playing the objective sooner. They can also be used on defense for certain utility, like an Ink Vac can shut down players from stopping your clam push. A Booyah Bomb on tower just ends the tower push then and there. So there are some specific cases, but most of the time it's we're about to have a fight and we want to have more of an advantage in that fight. Don't use it when you're the last player up, because then nobody will follow up on it and you will get nothing out of it. Better do salmon runs at higher ranks or purposely demote to lower levels so the waves are easier. At higher ranks, you're going to get more eggs. You're going to get more rewards. So it's more worth it to be at higher rank. Like to take a second to thank you. I really admire the work you're putting in. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that everyone has been so kind about that. What is the main problem with Crab Tank? I wouldn't say there's exactly it doesn't protect you an awful lot, so you can get like headshot or flanked. The fire modes are fine though. Like I think they feel like a special. They paint a lot and they can be good for picking up picks. They still do protect you somewhat. It's a little bit slow is another issue. It can't move super fast. Thoughts on V Machine? Sloshing Machine is one of the most broken weapons in the game right now. It is insane how strong that thing is. What's the best way to utilize the Sprinkler sub? Sparingly, because it's a lot of the time not worth the ink, but use it to paint your feet on a slow weapon. Why do also to charge special if like you really need special very fast and you're not going to get contested in that time, and you don't worry too much about your ink tank there. Okay, what's the strongest weapon right now? My three choices are probably Splattershot, Charger, and Sloshing Machine. Those are my thoughts based on what I've heard top-level players saying and based on what I've seen. Specifically Inkfact Charger, although E-Leader is still playable too. All right. How's the Explosher? It's fine. It seems like kind of mid to me, but playable. Okay. I've made it all the way down through the chat. And here's the thing. At midnight, every single day, midnight Central Time, which is the time zone I'm on, my internet dies for about a minute. And when that happens, the stream dies, and I need to like completely restart it. So I'm about to hit that. And I've been doing Q&A for like way longer than I ever do on these streams. So I think I am definitely going to call it here. But I would just like to say I'm so thankful for all of the support that you guys have been giving me tonight. Like, it's going to be insane how much the channel has grown. Just looking at the numbers tomorrow. Here are my links. I'll put this out there one more time. I have a Discord server. If you want a VOD review like we saw from Phia today, DM me in the Discord server and we'll set things up. All of the other links are there for TikTok and for, Patreon. Supporting me on Patreon helps a lot. YouTube memberships help a lot. Any of that kind of support is huge. But thank you guys so much for believing in this and trying to help me succeed. I am trying to do this full time, like I've said, and it'd be wonderful if I was able to do that. But right now, we've got to find a raid target before the stream dies. So we are going to go and raid Amy. Amy is an Australian streamer who is very fun, a competitive level player, and is great to raid because she is Australian, which means that she is up at time zones where normal people in North America are not. So let's go say hi to Amy.